and then the living dining area and one bedroom. The bedroom is 10 by 11. As I said, the total square feet of this apartment is 627. Next to this, we have a two-bedroom apartment. We come in and we have a L shape with a counter, a dining and living room all open to the front. And we have two bedrooms. The first bedroom is 12.1 by 12.4. The second bedroom is 10.8 by 11.8 with a handicap bathroom. Also on this floor, we have a mechanical with a washer and dryer, stackable, and the HVAC unit. If we go to the back, we have again two more apartments. The first to the right is a one-bedroom apartment for a total of 711 square feet, U-shaped kitchen, bathroom to the right, and then we have an open dining living room and a bedroom. The bedroom is 10A by 39 with a walk-in closet. Also, we have a washer and dryer. To the left, we have a two-bedroom. Total is 890 square feet. It's similar to the one that I show you that is to the front. If we go now to the third and fourth floor are identical. There are 4 apartments, 2 one-bedroom and 2 two-bedrooms. And if we go now to the 5th floor, is where we're going to have 3 apartments and a gym. The apartments are similar to the ones that I showed you before. The 2 apartments to the left are the 2 bedrooms with the 690 square feet each, and the one in the back is the 711 square feet, one-bedroom apartment. To the front, we have a gym, the same size that we have the apartment on the other floors. We provide amenity for the people that are going to be living in this building. They will be able to use this area as a gym or as a parties for the tenants. We also add something else to this project, is a rooftop. At the beginning, we didn't have a rooftop. Now we have a rooftop with a pergola as soon as you get out from the elevator and the stairs, and a sitting area with a synthetic grass. The total area for this open rooftop is 843 square feet. I think that it's a good idea to have a rooftop. This is a 5-story building that is facing 2 blocks from the river, and probably we will be able to see the river from this rooftop. Here are some renderings showing the rooftop with the seating area. This is another one, and this is another one. Let me go now to the elevations. Okay. This is the, this is the front elevation. We're going to combine 3 materials, brick. This is all brick in the front with the black brick. And then we will have a hardy siding of fire cement, good style, as you can see here. And also hardy architectural panels that will be white, that will combine this facade. Here I have a rendering showing how this will look like. You can see these Juliet balconies for the living areas of the apartment that I'm facing the street. This is another rendering, another view, and this is the the proposed new 15 units apartment building with a rooftop and a gym and parking on the first floor.
All right. One of the variances we're requesting and why we're before this board is a D5 variance to permit a lesser lot area. Is it true that the normal requirement is 375 and we're about 41 feet short, correct?
Yeah, so we are allowed to do 13.33 units, and we are trying to approve 15 units.
Is it your opinion that the use is that we propose is inherently beneficial?
Yes, it is.
Do you believe that the site is suited for this and it does promote the general welfare?
Yes, we did other buildings with a 50 by 100 and looks good. One is now in a 911. 911, I don't know the other street. But yes, I think that will looks good in Ironbound.
And with regards to the other variances that are required, they're C variances. The first being that we propose a lot coverage area of 98.8% as opposed to 70%, correct?
Yes.
And we're also on impervious coverage, we've exceeded the 75 to 94.14, correct?
Yes.
And lastly, that typically it would be 15 off-street parking spaces and we have 11, right?
That's correct.
With respect to these C variances, is it your opinion that the proposed deviation from the land use regulations will advance the purposes of the city's plan?
Yes, I think so, but I would like maybe Joe McDonald is going to talk about the variances.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything further and would submit Mr. Roma to any questions from the board and or anyone of concern.
Thank you, Gerard Hazel. Ms. Hazel, you want to raise your hand? Let's swear you for the night. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you give your name and title for the record, please?
Gerard Hazel, board planning. Mr. Montero, we received revised plans for this project, I think earlier on this week on the 19th or so.
Yes,
and I'm not sure what has changed. I know it's within the 10 days, it's closer than the 10 days required. And I'm not certain exactly what has changed in these revised plans.
Mr. Roma?
Yes, I can explain. 1 second. There was a minor change. First, I believe that we have the rooftop.
Yes.
I think that there was not a rooftop before, but the other change is just, sorry. Before we have only one entrance door to the units, and what we did is we by code we have to add another door. Sorry. As you can see on the entrance now we have two doors. One door is direct from the stairs. Stair number 2 goes direct to the outside. On the drawings that we had before, the exit from this stair was to the lobby, and from the lobby to the outside. Now by code, we make the exit from the stair directly to the sidewalk. That was the main change that we did.
So did I understand you correctly that the roof deck was not in the previous plans?
I don't remember.
It was not. It was my client in consideration for what he believed would be what someone looking at this apartment building to rent would be interested, and the investment that he was placing into it, thought that it would be a good amenity.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I'm not sure. These plans were not submitted in within the 10 day, the minimum of 10 days before the hearing. So I'm not sure whether or not these changes are substantial to have defied the notice period or what have you. Just bringing that to the board's attention.
But again, the only change is, of course, the rooftop that is a new amenity for the people, and the exit door. Instead of it being instead of one exit door, now we have two exit door, one directly from the stairs to the outside. That's
and with regards, I mean, if that's a code requirement, it's a code requirement. With regards to the rooftop, I mean, if the board wants to approve it without a rooftop, I'm sure my client wouldn't be opposed to it. But we'll take whatever Mr. Hazel and the board deems appropriate.
Mr. Hazel, this may be unfair to ask, but does or might the rooftop cause a new variance?
Mr. Roma, could you just go back to that?
sure. What we did is we raised the elevator and the two stairs has to go to the 5th floor to be able to, in case of an emergency, the people that are in the rooftop can go either way. Escape.
Is that area where you have the cursor now with the seating and so, is that enclosed?
No, it's open.
Okay, I see the doors there. Oh.
Yeah, the only thing that is the only thing that is enclosed is the stair to the left, and then the stair to the right. There is a door from the stairs to the lobby where is the elevator, and then there is another door going up to the roof. The rest, this stair is this door that you see is something from a deck that you have around. But all these, as you can see on the renderings,
Okay.
is
All right. So okay, Mr. Chair, I think it does not appear.
There is a pergola, though.
Yes, right, but it's open.
It's all open.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that any new variances have been triggered. I just recommend that this be marked as an exhibit, since the board would not probably have had a copy of these revised plans.
Council?
I would respectfully request that, yes.
And let's mark this A1. Can you describe this, Mr. Roma? What page is this on your drawings?
This is page 5 of 8, where are showing the 5th floor and the garden roof plan that was not there before, and we also showing 3 pictures, renderings of the looks of the rooftop.
And this is part of your revised submission, Mr. Roma, or not?
Yes, will be.
It is, or it will?
It is. Yes.
It is.
It is. Okay. In the future, if you could help us out, Mr. Roma, 10 days would be.
I know, but
yeah, we appreciate good changes.
yes, I think that this will improve the place and looks better.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Hazel?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the architect from the board? Questions for the architect from the board? Mr. Roma, I see you testified that this was an inherently beneficial use. What's the basis for your claiming this is an inherently beneficial use? Or did you misspeak?
maybe I misspeak, but I think that this is this is something new in this neighborhood that is growing, and there are many new multifamilies that you can see all over Ironbound, and I think that a new building like this will look good on this neighborhood. But
So you're correcting your prior testimony. Yeah. This is not an inherently beneficial use.
Yes.
Is it fair to say?
that's correct. Fair to say, yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board for Mr. Roma? If none, are there questions for Mr. Roma from the public? Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the applicant is seeking a rear yard setback variance. And I was just wondering if there was a rendering of the rear yard setback and what's the impact on the neighbors with that, with the 5-story building?
Yes. Let me clear that. Can I share the drawings again?
Please.
Okay. We have a rear yard. The rear yard is
We don't see the drawings.
Sorry. Oh, you don't see the drawings? Sorry.
No. There we go.
Okay. All right. Here we have 16 feet from the building to the property line in the back. The thing is, because of fire, we have to create a wall around the parking area that is at least 10 feet high. That is probably the same height of the existing garage. In the back, this is the survey of the existing house with the existing garage that is in the back. We're going to open in the back because we need the windows for the apartments on the back of the building. The rear yard again will be 16 feet, but because of the fire, we have to create a wall around the parking area that is 10 feet for safety issue.
Thank you.
But, yeah.
Mr. Roma, what's the existing space, if you can tell us, between that, I think you called it
The garage?
in the rear, and what is that? And tell us what's behind that on the adjacent property.
Okay, to the back, we have, this is the garage, the masonry garage that we have. Behind is another garage and another garage. That these buildings have garages, and as you can see, this is the back. If you want, I can try to look at on Google Maps to see where it is, but based on my survey, my client now has a garage in the back, and the neighbor that is behind him has a garage, and looks like the other neighbor that is in the back also has a garage. All garages, it's not access.
And if I could just note something, Chairman, one of the recommendations from Mr. Hazel with regards to that was that we use an impervious coverage. I'm sorry, that we use a permeable pavement material in that area, which that goes within the 16-foot setback, which my client agrees to do.
Thank you, and you'll agree to do that as a condition of approval, Council, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We've agreed to all of them before, but of course, I just pointed that out because it was an issue that was raised by Mr. Hazel. I don't want to speak for him, obviously, but it was raised by him. We understood the concern, and we are willing to address it as stated.
Thank you. Vice Chair Monford.
What type of garage door is that?
Very, very difficult to hear you, Vice Chair.
I was saying, what type of garage door is it?
It's on the plan, Danny, if you can describe the garage door.
Yes, so the garage will be a great open grade garage door. You can see it here with the aluminum, and if you see on the rendering, it's a garage door that will be transparency through.
And what are the dimensions of it?
This is probably 8 feet high by 16 feet wide.
Is it automatic control
Yes.
by the?
That will be automatic, and will have some type of system that will tell the people that are walking on the sidewalk that the door is becoming open or closed.
Yeah. So we'll comply with the audible sensors and warnings that are necessary, correct?
Yes.
And as you reminded us, Council,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hazel had 4 conditions of approval.
Yes, sir.
Does your applicant agree to comply with each of those as conditions of approval?
Let me make sure that
Yeah. It's on page 13 of his report.
13. Okay. For the Department of Engineering, yes. So I'll just read them into the record. The recommended conditions of approval that will comply with all conditions of the Department of Engineering. That's the intent, yes. As previously
That's you've already agreed to that as a condition of approval.
in an effort to reduce the impervious coverage, we'll use that permeable material in that 16-foot setback area. We're going to provide testimony, obviously, to the parking deficiency and the impact it may have on the surrounding area. And of course, number 4, which we just talked about, we will install an audible or visual warning system at the entrance and exit of the proposed garage to alert pedestrians of exiting or entering vehicles.
Thank you. Commissioner Montford, anything further?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the board for the architect? Further questions from the board for the architect? Seeing none, are there questions from the members of the public for the architect? Questions for the architect from members of the public? If so, please use the raise hand feature to identify yourself, and I will call on you to ask your question for the architect. You can do so by using the raise hand feature bottom of your screen, or press *9 if you're on the telephone. I see no raised hands. Council?
Our next witness would be Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Adnan Khan, KHAN, 150 River Road, Montreal, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
And,
Mr. Khan, is your engineering license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
They are.
Mr. Khan is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of engineering. Counsel?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Khan, good evening. Mr. Khan, can you describe your part of the plans that have been submitted to the board, please?
Sure. I believe you guys can see the plans on the screen.
Sir. We can.
Okay. So basically, our plan, like the first year, first of all, these plans are again prepared March 15th of this year, which is I think last week. So I don't know if the board professionals had a chance to review it, but again, it was submitted just last week. Most of the comments that were listed in the engineer's reports and the planning reports are already taken into consideration into this revision. However, the waivers and variances, they didn't change. And that's what's listed on our plan. And Mr. McDonough will go in detail as far as testifying to each variances and waivers that we are seeking. The same thing, we have the parking calculations and the credits that comes with it. And again, we agree with Mr. Hazel's review report about the parking calculations. As far as the property, again, the property has a two-family structure currently towards facing the Brill Street, and then towards the back there is a masonry garage. There are some walls, and I believe in the engineer's report there was a comment about the disposition of these walls as part of the project. Again, all these walls are present on client's property, and they will be removed as part to accommodate the new development.
Yeah,
All the structure.
Mr. Khan, the walls belong to the applicant, correct? Because that was one of the questions.
That is correct, yes. And they will be removed as part of the development that's going to be constructed on the property.
And we will construct the walls in accordance with what's required, correct?
We don't need most of these walls now. Like, again, these are the walls for existing house use. Okay. But we won't need all these walls all around because we have our own foundation system for the new building.
Gotcha. I'm sorry if I cut you off. Go ahead.
Sure. Again, there is a 20-foot wide curb cut opening from Brill Street, which will accommodate traffic, two-way traffic coming in and out of the parking garage, which is the lower level of the proposed structure. We are proposing 7 parking spaces, including 1 van accessible handicap space. There is a trash rooms, separate solid waste and separate recyclable areas for all the apartments. I believe there was also a comment in the engineer's report about the dimensioning of the and the size of these trash rooms. So these trash rooms are 15 foot long and 6.5 feet wide, both recyclable as well as the refuse solid waste. The open area in the back, we are, since the building is set back about 16 feet from the rear property line, we are taking credit, not credit, but we are taking advantage and trying to put some green landscaping features into the rear. So you will see like some shrubberies that we can plant in the rear, as well as the pavers that we talked about, and as also mentioned in Mr. Hazel's report, that permeable pavers. So this revised set of plans already shows that those pavers already included as part of the project. Next sheet is, let's see. The next sheet is our stormwater grading, drainage, and utility plan. We are proposing a stormwater system to manage the additional impervious coverage as per the city requirements. Also, we are proposing all new utility lines, including fires, which is sprinkler, water line, and sanitary sewer, all for tied to the Brill Street side. We do have a comment from the utility department about an extension of a fire service line, 12-inch fire service line to Brill Street, and that's something we will work with the utility department and come up with a layout and design, whatever is required in order to get this connection in. So we'll work with the utility department for that.
Okay, and you said that your recent submission with the intent was to address all of the concerns that were raised in the report from February 29th, correct?
That is correct, for both the engineer's report as well as utility report.
And with regards to the engineering as well as the water, their plan requirements and requests and comments, it's the intent to comply with all, correct, sir?
Absolutely, yes. And the next sheet is our typical lighting design plan. Again, any lights that are going to be in the parking area under the roof will be all ceiling mounted lights, LED type fixtures. We have some building mounted fixtures in the rear and in the front. And again, we meet the 0.5 foot candle requirement minimum and the maximum, and we will comply. We are complying with the requirements as far as the city requirements are concerned. So that's pretty much how we're going to handle that. Hold on a second.
And I just with regards to the architectural comments, we'll comply with the curbs, the aprons, all the and require with all the city standards, replacing them. Correct?
Absolutely, yes. And again, I think that we have a note, and I'm going to go back to our sheet number 3. We do have a notes about the depressed curbs and the sidewalks and the concrete curbs to be replaced within the city right of way as well. So everything is included in there.
Anything further, Mr. Khan?
No, I think that's pretty much, I think I covered pretty much all the engineering aspect.
You did. Chairman, I submit Mr. Khan for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the engineer? Questions for the engineer from the board? Commissioner Comisarios.
In terms of handling the water, is this new structure, if it's approved, going to do a better job of handling the amount of water, or compared to what's currently there?
Actually, there is none there. Under the existing condition, everything just sheet flows wherever it goes to the street and towards the rear. So what we are doing is like we are channelizing that water. First of all, we are complying with the storage requirements by the city ordinance. We are considering the existing conditions of the site as a green area entirely, even though there are structures. So in other words, we are not considering any impervious coverage under the existing conditions. So we are designing based on the additional impervious, and we are proposing a stormwater system which has an outflow control structure that will regulate the flow so that it doesn't inundate the city's stormwater system or city sewer system. So it's definitely going to be much better conditions out there after this project is completed than what currently exists.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board for the engineer? Additional questions from the board for the engineer? Vice Chair Monford.
The design for turning coming out of the parking area, is there going to be signs or ground signs that say left turn only, right turn only, because we don't want cars crossing over?
You mean inside the parking area or as they leave the site?
They're leaving out for turning in because accidents do happen and people try to cross over.
I mean, like the inside, when the cars leave, they have a choice. They can make both left or right. So they have a choice. We don't have restrict the direction of turn based on the cars whether coming in or going out.
I think this would be a restriction. Traffic isn't in our entire city, and where you're building this building to have cars come out and cross over, the accident waiting to happen.
Okay, we have a circulation plan here. And I mean, it was hard to hear you, but I think the way I understand, you're saying if the cars are coming in and the cars going out from the parking spaces?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
first of all, that maneuvering will not be simultaneously, like it's not like one of those like parking deck conditions where the car might be waiting in line to come in and out. It's 7 parking spaces. They probably will be assigned to 7 residents. But again, like based on the circulation pattern, we have room for them to back up easily either way, like either right or left, whether they are coming in or coming out. So each spot or the space behind each space, we have enough turning area that they can come and make their turns easily, whichever direction they want to go.
And the width accommodates both the car coming in and out?
That is correct, yes.
And I couldn't hear Vice Commissioner too well, but I'm assuming other properties that, in that same street have driveways and garages, and they turn both ways also, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can.
Better.
I do understand there are previous homes, but we're talking about the application in question now, not what's there. You built a 5-story apartment there, which is going to add more cars. I'm concerned about the influx of traffic now with that building being there. What is the mechanism to let those residents who live there say, as a condition of approval, I need either a left turn only or right turn only exiting?
I mean, if that's a condition of approval that we put like a sign on the inside of the building, I don't think we have a problem putting up the sign. My concern is how do we enforce it if they, we're not an entity that can find them, but I mean, of course we respect your concern and we'd like to address it. And if it's as easy as putting up a sign telling the residents you can only make a right turn exiting, my concern is if they don't comply, right? I don't want to give you a.
I respect you, but I'm not concerned with complying. What I'm concerned with is there. They have to deal with the office of the law if they don't comply. Not you, not me, anyone else. They have to deal with it if it's there and they make that little turn. I've been told not to.
Yeah, I just don't.
Will you put the sign? Yes or no?
We'll put the sign.
Yeah, we can put the sign, yes.
Okay.
Anything further, Vice Chair?
I just want to make sure, Vice Chair, the sign that's inside would say, for example, so you don't cross over, right turn only on exit, correct? You may be muted, sir.
No. On exit. Can you hear me?
I move a little closer. Yes, sir.
I want the sign for exiting out. Only.
Yes, right turn on. Gotcha. Understood. Done.
Anything further, Vice Chair?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Questions for the engineer. Additional questions for the engineer. If none, are there questions for the engineer from the public? Questions for the engineer from the public. And I know for the record that there's one additional objector that joined this matter.
Okay, ¿por qué?
I see no additional questions. Council.
Who's the additional?
Thank you very much.
I can't tell. Who's the additional? Oh,
Nancy's Jack.
Oh, okay. I would call Mr. McDonough then.
Mr. McDonough, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We can't hear you at all, Mr. McDonough.
You may have to log back on. Yep, he's going to log right back on. I apologize.
That was the briefest testimony we've ever had from Mr. McDonough.
Yeah. There he is, connecting to audio. Can you unmute, Mr. McDonough?
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony about to provide you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please?
Sure. My name is John McDonough. My business address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I am the project planner.
Thank you. Council?
Could you please describe the project and the variances required, in your opinion, regarding them?
Sure. We're here in the riverfront redevelopment area, which the essence of the plan is to celebrate the river, and the river, which is the very reason, as the plan says, that Newark existed and came to be in the first place. So it is good planning to concentrate people close to rivers and parks and civic amenities, such as downtowns. And Ferry Street is even closer to this site than the river is. We're going to show how the site integrates very well with the surrounding neighborhood, and we'll give you a little orientation, Mr. Chairman. with some exhibits we put together.
Were these submitted to the board?
They were not. I will send to Sylvia, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we're gonna mark these A2. How many pages do you have?
4 pages. We're going to start with a top-down view and gradually zoom in.
Okay, and let's describe them as we go along. A2, page 1.
A2, page 1 is an aerial satellite image. We've put a little flag on the property in question with its frontage on Brill Street, which is one of the spur streets off of Ferry Street, which is the main artery that you see on the left here. And of course, you get a glimpse of the river on the right and the parkland as well that runs along the river, and sort of echoing what Mr. Roma said with rooftop views straight towards the river. And then, of course, just a few lots away from all of those great amenities that define Ferry Street, all within reasonable walking distance of the site. We have an applicant here that is proposing a development that is in substantial conformance with the zoning requirements of the dedicated residential zone subdistrict of the Riverfront Redevelopment Plan. The use complies, the overall building height complies, the basic shell of the building complies. We know we do need relief related to coverage here. You've heard about some mitigative measures related to pervious pavement. So in that regard, we also think that this is an improvement over the existing condition, which is now 100% paved over. And so that gives you a little context. I will also offer that this project is going to continue the positive transformation of Brill Street, which has been enhanced by our own applicant here, who did 56 Brill Street across the street, and that multifamily development is at capacity. So there is an indication of demand to put housing and put people close to Ferry Street. This next view is a zoom a little bit closer in. Again, we've flagged the subject property with that dwelling in the front, a paved area in the back. There is a little access way, which you'll see in the next view. And then again, that garage area in the back, which butts up against another garage and then some paved area beyond that. So this is not going to put a building up against what is now residential development, but it is essentially putting parking against parking. And the only area that is really encroaching in the back into that setback is going to be that lower level parking area. The living levels will rise up at a setback of 16 feet from the property line. So the only mass that's going right to the property line is going to be very similar to that which is there now, and that would be the parking level. Relief is needed to have those living levels within 16 feet of the rear lot line. 20 feet is the minimum required. But again, we think in the spirit of providing comfortable, adequate units here, appropriately sized units, we think that the applicant has struck a good balance here in terms of justifying that relief.
Let the record reflect that the expert was referring to A2, page 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And now we're going to flip to A2, page 3, which is what we saw from the ground when we were out there today about 3 o'clock, with the dwelling in the front that is going to be demolished. And then you can see there is sort of this access wall to the back that would lead, and I'll just flip back to sheet 2. So that wall runs across and then opens up to the parking area and then the parking garage in the back. So that what you see here is not the parking garage per se, but an access to the back. And then lastly, just to show what the applicant has done on the opposite side of the street over at 56 Brill, which, as I just said, is now at capacity. So the applicant is looking to do something similar here. And for the record, this is sheet 4 of A2. With that background and the predicate of the testimony by Mr. Roma before me, and Adnan as well, we think that there is good solid testimony here that the relief and the design that the applicant is seeking will flow, will function, will operate safely and efficiently with comfortably sized units, well-appointed units here, and what will be a very nice place to live. In terms of the project positives, we see multiple purposes of zoning being advanced here. We always turn to NJSA 40:55D-2, There's about 18 or so purposes right there in the beginning, and is the reason why we can zone in the first place. The first purpose, Purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare, is going to be advanced here because our applicant is delivering a permitted use that's in substantial conformance with your zoning requirements. It's going to provide new housing stock, which will replenish aging housing stock in the city and will certainly advance the revitalization goals of the redevelopment plan. Also, the advancement of Purpose G, which is the planning goal to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens, because it places people close to Ferry Street. There's a diversified mix of units and unit types here, which again, we think goes towards the planning goal for variety. Then we look towards Purpose M, which is the planning goal for efficient use of land, because it involves redevelopment of a previously developed housing site and is a positive repurposing of residential land. Lastly, we'll let Mr. Roma's visuals speak for themselves, that this is going to promote Purpose I, a desirable visual environment with yet another attractive building here on the streetscape by Mr. Roma, and we have examples of that throughout the city as well, and an attractive streetscape that would go with that, as well as the beautiful architecture. Counterbalancing that with the relief that the applicant is seeking, it's a D5 density variance, where 13 units would be the maximum allowed. 15 are what the applicant is proposing here. So we always look at whether this site can accommodate any problems associated with that additional density, those additional 2 units here. We think overall the relief is de minimis in the context of the building shell per se, substantially complies with the ordinance, and we're filling them with appropriately sized units. As I said, based on the testimony, this will meet all applicable building codes, and the degree of departure from the zone scheme is not going to be substantial with that 2-unit overage. Interrelated is parking relief, where, as you've heard, 11 parking spaces would be provided here under the letter of the ordinance, where 15 would be the minimum that's required. Falling back on those exhibits that I showed you, based on the downtown setting, there's a mitigating measure for the justification of that relief. It's a walkable area. It is certainly a transit-rich area with mass transit available on Ferry Street, on Fleming Avenue, and Raymond Boulevard, all of which are within reasonable walking distance of this site. And again, we all know the beauty of Ferry Street is that you can walk it in. It is very walkable. So there is certainly an alternate mode of transportation besides the automobile. And if we have opportunities to have fewer automobiles in the city, I think that's a good thing as well from a planning standpoint. That we'd reconcile under the flexible C balancing test as a better zoning alternative for the property. Lastly, the relief for the setback, the 0 feet versus the 20, is essentially the same as what you have now. And then you have 16 feet on the upper levels, which is a shortage of 4 feet. We think that's also reasonable and appropriate given the overall scheme of the neighborhood and what the applicant is proposing here. And then lastly, relief related to building coverage and lot coverage, which exceeds respectively 70% and 75%. But in both circumstances, it's an improvement over the existing condition, which is now at 100%. All said, I think this is a good, solid application based on the testimony of the witnesses before me. Nice positive integration with the neighborhood. And I don't think the relief that the applicant is asking here is, I'll say, heavy in the context of its burden. With that, I would say the applicant has hit the statutory criteria and approval is warranted. And that's all I have on direct, counsel.
Any further questions? Any further questions for this witness, counsel?
No, I submit the witness to whoever would like to speak.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the planner? Questions for the planner from the board? Mr. McDonough, are you familiar with this area?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that this would be significantly the largest, the tallest building in this neighborhood?
It would be the largest building in the neighborhood. Yes, that's a fact. It's within the confines of zoning, so other property owners could do the same thing in terms of height.
Is there a height variance required here, Mr. McDonough?
No,
So you disagree with our planner's report?
I'm not aware of.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at a report from Mr. Hazel dated February 20th, and I see only density relief.
Yeah, that's all I saw.
I'm looking at page 9 of 13, his table. Unless he's retracting that. Do you have that in front of you?
I see that.
And it notes that.
I'll yield to Mr. Hazel, but I don't believe, as I understand and read the zoning ordinance, 5 stories is the maximum that's allowed, and this applicant is within the confines of that.
Yeah, it says 2 to 5.
Mr. Hazel.
Yes. What is being called out there is the lack of the step back that's required on the top 2 floors.
So, Ms. Hazel, is it your position that with no step back on the top 2 floors, it triggers a variance?
It doesn't trigger a variance, but honestly, in this case, it was not immediately clear what it triggers because the height is there, but there is not the required setbacks. So, this was one I did, toil with a bit. I see our zoning officer does have a hand raised, so maybe she can provide some clarity.
Ms. Juma. Ms. Juma, I wonder if you could just state your name and title for the record.
Sure. Good evening, Nana Juma, zoning officer. I wouldn't say it's a D variance for the height because of those 2 top stories not being stepped back, but I listed it in my determination as C variance because it is a standard in that redevelopment plan, and they don't comply with it.
With the required, Mr. McDonough, with the required C variance for that, could you give us your opinion?
Sure. The justification there would tie into the renderings that Mr. Roma provided, that this building is going to be aesthetic. It does have a horizontal demarcations that will break up the mass of the building so that it will not appear obtrusive in the context of what's around it. Again, it is not stepped back, it's flush, but the architect has mitigated that with the design, with the facade design. So I think Mr. Chairman, I would reconcile that under the C2 balancing test, where the benefits of the application as a whole, the provision of housing, the positive aesthetic, would substantially outweigh the negatives associated with the lack of a step back on the top 2 floors.
Mr. McDonough, why shouldn't I be concerned about the parking variance? It's my understanding that parking in that area is extremely difficult. Would you agree?
I would certainly agree, Mr. Chairman. Again, we all know it's a highly walkable area. It's an amenitized, transit-rich area. Again, this is probably hearsay per se, but I know our applicant has capacity on his site across the street. He built out at a 1-to-1 ratio, and the spaces are not all filled up.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Are there any further questions from the board for the planner? Seeing none, are there questions for the planner from the public? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, please press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. Excuse me. I see no raised hands. Council?
I have Mr. St.
Wait a minute. Ms. Zach is using the manual raised hand feature. Ms. Zach, you have to unmute yourself.
Here it is.
Could you state your name, give us your address, and give us your question for the planner, please?
Nancy Zach, and I live in Newark, 272 Walnut Street.
Thank you. Ms. Zach, you have a question for the planner?
Yes, why does this have to be built with so many variances? And how can we stop this from being a very negative precedent for the rest of the neighborhood?
Well, Ms. Zach, planning is all about balancing. If the statute was meant to be absolute, it wouldn't allow for variance relief in appropriate locations, site-specific locations for specific reasons. And the board is always faced with a balancing of whether, based on the specifics of this particular site in this particular area, relief is warranted. The list of variances is not particularly long here. We're looking at about 5 variances here: density for 2 extra units, the step back that we just heard about, the parking of a shortage of 4 parking spaces, and then the setback and the coverage relief. And this is a site that's 100% covered over now. It's a 5,000 square foot lot where 13 units are allowed. So I don't see this applicant as overreaching, asking the board to move on 15 units.
Thank you. Anything further? Any further questions, Ms. Zach?
I would just ask, Mr. McDonough, you said that our project's a little big, but are you familiar that there's like a very tall and big structure at the corner of Christie and Ferry, I believe 300 units. Are you aware of that? We may be the biggest to date on Brill, but a good stone's throw away, we're not even close to that.
Yes, I thought the chair was asking me about Brill, but yes, there is large development off of Ferry Street for sure, on the other roads.
Yeah, so I mean, while we may be the largest one on Brill to date, we're definitely not the biggest boy on the block, right?
Correct.
Unless you're talking about the block of Brill, right?
Well, usually when we talk about a block, we talk about the entire block. I mean, when I was growing up, that's what my mom said, don't leave the block. That means I could go all the way around.
Maybe not to your mom, though.
No, I do know.
Ms. Zach, anything further?
Well, the master plan, the new one says that.
Questions, Ms. Zach? Do you have any further questions?
The question is, why doesn't this comply with the recommendation that no additional density be put in the Ironbound? That was in there.
The short answer is it's not a substantial departure from what the zone says would be okay.
Anything further, Ms. Zach? I'll take that as a no. I saw a raised hand from someone, screen name Berg. Was there someone with the screen? Ryan Berg. Can you turn your camera on and unmute yourself? Screen name Ryan Berg. Sir, could you give us your name for the record, please?
Ryan Berg.
Mr. Berg, do you have a question for the planner?
It was more of a comment based on Ms.
Now's not the time for comments, but
Okay.
the time for comments will come.
Thank you.
If you have no question, we'll get back to you. Please raise your hand at comment time. Mr. Montero, you have further witnesses.
I have Mr. Sandy present, but I don't want to waste any more time. He's agreed to comply with all recommendations unless someone wants to ask him a question directly. If not, I would rest, as I'm sure there's other people waiting.
Are you resting, counsel?
Yes.
Okay, counsel is resting. Now's the time for comments. So if you care to make a comment on this, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you, I'll administer the oath. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Mr. Berg, would you like to start off with comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Could you give us your name, your address, and your statement for the record, please?
My name is Ryan Berg, and you said address, Mr. Chair?
Please.
777 McCarter Highway, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you. Your statement, sir.
Thank you. My comment was to echo Ms. Zach's comment previously from the planners. I understand that the Ironbound has historically been a working class neighborhood, and while I can recognize the need for density, I do think that there is a certain sense of neighborhood fabric that we may be losing by replacing Victorian homes with contemporary architecture. So I would like to just echo Ms. Zach's sentiments about possibly losing more of what the neighborhood means to us in Newark. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Are there any other comments? Are there any other comments from the public? Ms. Zach,
Well,
could you state your name, give us your address, and your comment for the record, please?
Nancy Zach, 272 Walnut Street. The changes in the neighborhood are supposed to respect the character of the neighborhood. And by doing this, taking away a three-family house and putting 15 apartments, it's just, completely different look. And we are trying, I think that part of what the Ironbound has made it special is the character of it. The houses, the little houses, the walkability. But the higher you go, the less walkability you have anyway. I think it sets a very bad precedent, and I think that this is not what our new master plan was trying to do. On the corner, they've already increased a lot of corners, heights around, and people are feeling the negative effect of that every day with the cars and the traffic. It's harder and harder to move around in the neighborhood. And I just feel that if this is approved, everybody's gonna take a house and replace it with a 5-story building. I think that is not a good precedent to set. And I think you have grounds, you have lots of issues here, parking lack and no trees being planted. I see bushes, but not trees. I don't know. Anyway, I missed the chance to question that. But I think it should just be, I don't think it should be approved because it is going to change. This is the step that's going to be very negative for our neighborhood and for our people.
Thank you, Ms. Zach. Valesky or Maish?
Hello, good morning, good night.
Could you raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
It's going to be Michael Walski, 51 Brill. My house is adjacent to the apartment building you are attempting to build.
Thank you, Mr. Wolski. What's your statement for the record, please?
Okay, the statement is they're building a humongous building on Ferris Street. People who live in the Ironbound know that the parking is atrocious. A half a spot for each unit is not going to work. You need at least 2 to 3 units because everybody has a car. All right, this is going to block up sunlight. My tenants are going to look at a building 70 feet high. It's just not right. People's windows overlooking my tenant's pool. They're not going to be able to have barbecues. It's interfering with their lifestyle. And as far as Ferry Street, you have to walk at least a half a mile to get to Somars. I was born and raised in Newark. All right, there's nothing before Somars. There's buildings. There's the Ironbound Stadium. There's a few gas stations. There's a plastic place. Ferry Street that everybody knows is the regular Ferry Street where all the food places are. Somar starts Ferry Street as far as East Ferry. And it's just, you can't see the river from the roof. And it's very nice. It's very nice that they're going to be able to get a site when my tenants aren't even going to be able to look at the sky. But they're okay. This building goes all the way back. It's a 2-family house there. I can understand 3 families. I can understand if you're going to go 3 stories high, 2 across, that would be fine. Very nice that he built this building across the street at 56. But if you sit in front of the house, you'll see the tenants, they park outside and walk in. I don't know why, I don't ask them. It's not my concern. My concern is 51 and building this massive building here, which doesn't fit the neighborhood. I got a yard. These people, they don't have a yard. There's people on the side of me, neighbors talk, and it's crowded enough to park. You have street cleaning. You have to park on the other side of the street. It's terrible. You got a bar. You have a lounge. When they're open, there's double parked cars all the way up and down. That is the biggest house on Brill Street from Raymond Boulevard all the way to Christie. There's nothing but 2 and 3 family homes. There's 2 6-family houses, which is located between Fleming and Furry, and they're only 3 stories high. Other than that, there is nothing else. Small neighborhood houses. I just don't believe that this should go up. This is a monstrosity. It's just too big for the neighborhood. I understand everybody wants to build, everybody wants to do this. This is a small spot. 13 is still too big. It's just too big. I don't know what else to say, but this isn't right. If you lived in the Ironbound, you would know. And I lived in the Ironbound 50 years. You're going to have problems with the tenants in the building. They're going to be looking out windows. They're going to be tossing stuff. I'm a retired police officer of 25 years in the city of Newark, and I've seen it happen. I've seen neighbors fight because people spitefully tossing stuff out. You're going to have my tenants sitting there, sun tanning. Some of them got grandkids, 20 years old. They're nice looking girls, nice, and it's just going to cause a lot of trouble, a lot of foot trouble, and it's crazy. It's got to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, could you raise your right hand, please? You have to unmute yourself, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Antonio Rodriguez, 51 Brill Street in Newark.
Thank you. Your statement for the record, sir.
Okay, I am one of the tenants Michael was referring to. I have the image, the pool that Mr. McDonald showed the image of in the backyard. We've done a lot of work out there to try to have a nice yard and enjoy the summers. I have my grandkids come over, my family, and we enjoy the yard. Having this monstrosity built next door, although aesthetically it looks like a beautiful structure, it's just massive. It's going to protrude all the way to the backyard. It's going to prevent sunlight in our yard. Our privacy is going to be limited to just about zero. All the way through, even the parking situation, as Michael said, across the street. I live here, so I see the structure across the street where they do have a driveway that is private parking inside. But those folks, during the day, it's just a common practice that most people are going to be going in and out, so they don't park there. They park on the street. And as he said before, parking here is horrendous. It's not just troublesome; it's horrendous. If I get home after 5 o'clock at night, or my wife does, we have to park 3 blocks away down by the church on Fleming because there's no parking, let alone at night when the clubs are open next door. That creates, it's all double parked cars all the way up the street. It's chaotic. Between the noise and traffic and people blowing their horns, I just feel like something of this magnitude it's a beautiful structure, but this isn't the place for it. I honestly believe that that should be put somewhere else where, you know, other people can have some privacy here. I grew up in Newark myself since I've been 5 years old. You know, we're from the area. We know this neighborhood, and it's really just, it's not something that we really would love to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Are there any other comments from the public? Other comments from the public? Seeing none, council, you want to submit or sum up?
I'll just sum up real quick, right? I believe that everything was adequately presented to you, and I believe that Mr. McDonough's opinion is the correct and right opinion. And I personally know Mr. Sandy for the last 15 years. I've been practicing in the city of Newark in the Ironbound for 32 years, and moved out a little bit beforehand, but I'm back now. I respect every objector's opinion, despite the fact that one lives in a 33-floor building on Route 21. One lives many blocks away. One owns a property and lives down the shore. And one is a tenant that's next door. The truth of the matter is there's nothing we can do, even if we didn't ask for a single variance. If we built the 13 units, for example, that we could, they wouldn't be in favor of it. And I just, I respect their opinion. You know, a lot of people don't like change, but we're not deviating so much from what we're allowed to do. And I respectfully submit that they wouldn't be in favor, and they would still object if we weren't asking for a single. So maybe the proper objection is not so much just to our project, but should have, if they didn't, they should have made an objection to when the city decided to make this a redevelopment zone and allow these things to occur. I can tell you that my client is not an outsider looking to flip condo units. He's making a very multi-million-dollar significant investment, as he did across the street. He certainly doesn't want to do anything to harm anyone in the community, because it wouldn't do anything but be shooting himself in the foot. Recognizing, what people may be looking for and things of that nature. Without necessity, he's taken on a rooftop, which is, again, another significant cost. And he's agreed to every recommendation, including to the recommendation just made today by the vice chair. This is someone who respects the community. I don't think this is so out of character, but even if it's the first, it's something that when the city came up with this redevelopment plan, in its wisdom, believed that it was a good thing. And, we want to thank you all for taking the time to hearing our testimony. We want to thank the objectors and, of course, respect their opinions, but respectfully submit that based on the testimony that the project should be approved.
Thank you, Council. We're now in discussion. We have discussion from the board. Commissioner Riviero.
I'll start this. Feel like Mr. McDonough almost earned his money, I'll be honest with you. And truth is, I don't feel comfortable with 5 floors there, but that is something they're allowed to build. It's a nice building, I know, and I live around. It's tough for me to be against something they're allowed to build. They're missing 2 units there. So I'm in the fifth year. I'd like to hear a little more about from the other board members, hopefully. But I can't be against it if I was against the height and they're allowed to build that 5 floors. But I'll leave it as that for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Riviero. Other comments from the board? Commissioner Comesañez.
Yeah, as far as being the tallest building, that's not the variance that we're going after. I think it's just a matter of, is 2 units too many units? Or 2 more units too many units? There's always going to be a parking situation on that block. That block is horrible. Strongly encourage everybody in the community on the weekends, especially with all the double parking, to bombard law enforcement with the calls until they start doing something about it. But in the meantime, we can only handle what's in front of us, and it's going to do better for water retention. It's only 2 more units. There's not much to this application besides that. So, I mean, I don't think 2 more units is too many units for this property.
Thank you, Commissioner Comisanis. Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to thank the residents for coming out and the community for coming out and always gives us yield in something. And I'm struggling with this one because it is something that is permitted. They're asking for 2 additional units, which triggers D5. The application that was presented in the professional testimony was right on point, and I'm in strong agreement with their experts and what was said. At the same time, I'm always sensitive to community. We talked about a resident with a pool there. Even 2 less units wasn't going to change the sunlight on that pool if somebody decided to build. 4 more cars, yeah, it's always bad. We've been at this for a long time, and there's no real answer to it excepting that people have to change their habits. When I say change habits, maybe less cars, because building is going on all over the place, not just in the city of Newark. Drive around Essex County happening. So again, and I agree with my colleagues, it's very difficult to vote against something that's allowed. And on the other side of it, they're not asking us for a lot. And then if you listen to the testimony and look at how beautiful the building is and how it enhances that whole river thing, have to agree with the professional testimony. So I just talked myself into being in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Any other comments from the board? Other comments from the board? Some slight pushback. This is not allowed. If it was allowed, they would not be here. This is not allowed. They're seeking several variances. The question is, are the variances de minimis at some level? And that's not even really the appropriate standard. But the rear yard, that kind of exists now. And they've agreed to make permeable pavers there. The maximum lot coverage, well, that's the testimony was that's basically there now. It's not all building right now, but it will be. The impervious coverage, I think that's also not there now, but fairly close. The density from seems de minimis. I don't have a problem with that. I agree with I agree with the parking. Parking is atrocious. It's always going to be atrocious, and we're a city that unfortunately in New Jersey where everyone does have a car. I think the horrendous parking is a problem. Hopefully that the city may have to address in some way. I am a bit bothered by the height because 5 stories as this is not allowed. And 5 stories here requires, as noted by our planner and agreed to by the applicant's planner, requires a setback on the top 2 floors. And the reason for the setback is to lessen the visual density. And that visual density is not going to be lessened here. And this building is in that neighborhood of 3-story buildings, going to seem massive, a bit more massive than it might have if the top 2 floors were set back. I note that, and I appreciate the applicant's building across the street, which I noted was 3 stories, 2 stories lower than this. So this isn't permitted. That's why they're here. I think many of the variances that are being requested are reasonable to ask for. I am bothered by that height, which we're not even sure, our professionals, we're not even sure whether they should be Cs or Ds. But the visual effect is surely going to be clear. So that's my concerns with this application. Are there any other comments from the board? Other comments from the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion? Commissioner Riviera.
Can I have a second, Commissioner?
Yes. Sure. Yeah. You need 5 minutes, counsel?
I need 30 seconds. It's just based on your recent comments.
We'll give you 5 minutes. We'll be back at
Okay, that would
8:08.
be
Okay?
yeah, 5 minutes.
Record until 8:08. Let's try and be prompt.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do it right now.
Recording stopped.
folks could come back on, let's wait till we get our board back till we start a record. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Jones. Great, I think Commissioner Monfort, you're here. I think we're all here.
So appreciate
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Appreciating everyone's comments, but addressing your comments, Commissioner. As a compromise, my client would be willing to reduce the number of units to say 13. However, we would still, I don't know if we would still need that variance for the setback. So I don't know if that has any impact on your opinion. In other words, we could reduce the total number of units from 15 to 13, but we still have that issue, sir, with the setback on those 2 floors. So it'll alleviate some of the other concerns that were expressed because it's a whole 2 less units and parking and things of that nature. I don't know if that has any impact on what you think, Mr. Commissioner.
So is that what you're offering to do?
We're offering to do it if, and hoping that that's somewhat.
Hope springs eternal, counsel.
Well,
is that something you're willing to do?
Yes, sir.
That will
yes
wholly take away, I believe, the density variance. Isn't that correct, Mr. Hazel? Where's Mr. Hazel?
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Yes. I'm sorry. That would take away the density variance, correct, Mr. Hazel?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Would you still be able to vote at this board on it?
Excuse me?
You still retain jurisdiction, nevertheless, correct?
We still retain jurisdiction, I think, because of that height problem.
Yeah.
Which are.
Okay. So
the
that's.
zoning officer said she would consider a D variance.
So we would like to propose that.
Hold on, Ms. Juma.
Sorry, I just wanted to correct you, Mr. Chair. I earlier stated that I did not consider it a D variance.
Oh,
in my determination, it's listed as a C.
C2. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you did consider it.
Okay. All right, just to correct the record.
Thank you. So that is a C2 variance, correct?
Yes.
So yes, so that is a problem there, Mr. Montero.
So we would have to submit to a different board.
That's right.
I mean, we're willing to entertain anything to retain it here and also to address your concerns. I just don't know what further we can.
Mr. Hazel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I don't profess to be an attorney, but my understanding is because this proposed compromise by the applicant has been made within the process of the application that was before it, that was rightly before it, because of the variances required, that the board would still maintain jurisdiction because it is basically the fruit of that effort and not something that they're coming in the door with. That's my understanding of the process, and I stand corrected if anyone
No, I did. I join and say you're not professing. You hit the nail on the head. In other words, if we were never properly before the board,
Correct.
then I think it would be an issue. But we were properly before the board, which has the authority to grant or not grant Cs and, you know, in addition to its D capacity. If we remove that D capacity, I think the board still retains jurisdiction to approve or not approve on the Cs.
Mr. Plata, I'm going to go to you and give you some time to come back and give us an answer.
Okay, yeah. I think that's correct. I'm just trying to get a definitive answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't happen all the time.
Let's
I don't know if there's any further.
let's take another 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. I'm going to try to look it up too, but Mr. Plata,
Okay.
that didn't make.
Okay, let's go off the record. Come back at 8:20. Hopefully.
Recording stopped.
Take another 5 minutes, right? But then they're trying to decide if they're gonna vote. People say get that at 8:20. So I can start.
Okay, so if we can come back. And I'm gonna, unless I'm overruled by the board.
Recording in progress.
All right, if we can come back, unless I'm overruled by the board, council, or you object, Mr. Montiero, I'm going to exercise the authority of the chair and accept the position of our planner that this board does retain jurisdiction and ask the board for a motion. Do you object to me proceeding in that regard, Mr. Montiero?
Absolutely not.
And unless there's a motion to overrule the decision of the chair, and that's how I'm going to proceed. Mr. Montiero, I just want to make sure that your client is agreeing to reduce the units to 13, thereby doing away with the density variance, and everything else is going to remain, right? The rooftop amenity will remain. Is that correct?
That's correct. He's here, and if he objects, I would ask him to jump up and down and put his hand up first. But yes, sir, he agrees to that, and everything will remain the same. Yes.
Thank you. So I see or hear no motion from the board to overrule the decision of the chair. So may I have a motion, please? Commissioner,
I'll make a motion to go along with the chair, go along with the recommendation from our planner.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
I hear no opposed. Commissioner Riviero, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. Motion to approve with conditions, with all conditions, ZBA-23-62 at 53-55 Brill Street in Newark.
And Commissioner Riviero, that was a motion to approve with conditions, correct?
Correct.
We have a motion to approve with conditions. May I have a second? Commissioner Riviero?
Second.
Second, Commissioner. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Aflante.
Yes. Council, I'm going to ask if you will agree to conditional, a preliminary conditional preliminary approval of your site plan and conditional final site plan approval. Those conditions being that you come back with proofs that your applicant has met with all the conditions imposed today. Is that acceptable to you, council?
Yes, sir.
May I have a motion for conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan approval?
Move it.
Move it, Commissioner Comesañas. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hall. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Aflante.
Okay, it's good.
Yes, congratulations. Your application and conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan approval have been approved.
Thank you all for the time. Thank the objectors, and please, to the objectors, please note that we will do our best to be a good neighbor. We respect all the conditions that were imposed and all your concerns. Thank you again.
Thank you for that, council. And also, I want to join council in thanking the objectors for coming out. Your appearance made a difference in this application. Call the next case, please.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
The time is now 8:27 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-24-02, located at 200-204, 206-208 Market Street, and 21-23 Edison Place, Block 164, lots 20, 23, 25, and 90 in the East Ward. The applicant is Prudential Point LLC. In the Living Downtown Redevelopment and Downtown Core Redevelopment, the applicant proposes a 46-story mixed-use building with 579 residential units, parking and retail use. Applicant is seeking a D6 variance for exceeding maximum permitted height on Lot 90. C Variances for insufficient setback facing Edison Place, insufficient ground floor transparency, Edison Place, exceeding maximum transparency above ground floor, Edison Place. Site plan approval is required.
The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to 200-208 Market Street and 21-20 to 23 Edison Place. It's located in Newark's downtown neighborhood on the southern side of Market Street between Broad and Mulberry Streets. The total site area is approximately 17,108 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of commercial and mixed-use properties, surface parking lots, and the Prudential Center Arena. Council may have your appearance for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Calvin Souter, Souter Spaz Woolridge on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. Council, is your entire team in?
They are not right now.
Who are you waiting for?
I am looking for Marat. I'm also looking for Michaela McGuire, Andrew Vicio, and John McDonough.
Mr. McDonough is in, Mr. Vicio is in, Mr. Matula is in. Is everybody in now, Council?
I don't see, there's Mr. Vicio. I don't see Michaela.
Michaela, could you raise your hand if you're not in yet, please?
And we had John, but I don't see him anymore. There we go.
Ms. McGuire is here, Michaela McGuire. Mr. McDonough comes and goes. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Everybody is in now, right, Council?
I believe so.
Yeah, this is application ZBA-24-002, 200-208, and 21-23 Edison Place. Are there any objectors to this application? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. You can do so by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, you can do so by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see 2 hands raised. Mr. Berg, Ryan Berg, who had joined us before, and someone who I have trouble, Mr. Skolnick. Is that you, sir?
I am here. We have comments with solutions, if you count that as objecting.
Probably Mr. Souter would, but we'll see how that goes. So let the record, hold on one second. I see, okay, bear with me a second.
Chairman, I have an expert and my client also. I assume they're endeavoring to be raised in to be participants.
And their names, please?
Brian Intendola.
See Mr. Intendola.
And Libby Heller.
Libby Heller? Libby Heller, could you, I see Denise Fastings. I'm getting more hands now. Mr. Intendola, you're one of the witnesses.
No, I know who you're. Yeah, I know. Let me show him back so he know who I am.
Denise Fastings. Ms. Fastings, I cannot bring you in if you decline to be promoted. So if you don't want to come in, please lower your hand. I see a telephone number ending in 616. Miss Fastings, are you an objector on this matter? You have to unmute yourself. Screen name Denise Fast Signs. I'm sorry.
No, I have comments after what I hear. Okay. I'm next door to this property.
Okay. Okay, so I think everyone that needs to be in is in. Council, it's your case, but I think when we were last together, there was a concern that had been raised by the Landmarks Preservation Committee, Commission. Is that a good place to start, Council, or not?
That is, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to note for the record, we have submitted updated plans to the city. Those updated plans are in compliance with the request of the Historic Commission. They were submitted in advance of the 10 days rule. So you should have those. But the height of the building has gone down to 41 stories, consistent with the request of Historic, and that lessened the unit count as well.
Okay, and
so to state it differently, we will not be appealing the Historic's recommendation.
Okay, so you're going to have an expert testify as to how many stories and how many units and the total height of the building, Council?
Yes.
Great. Let's proceed then. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. As noted, first, let me just thank you all. I think we should note, since John has testified on everything tonight, that he's probably the greatest brain online right now. Just acknowledge you for that, John. But I'm here before this board again with what I believe to be a significant moment for our city. Most of us know that Broad Market is the heaviest intersection, is the center of our city. And having development within it marks a new day. We've done some development around it, but now that we get to the core of the city, I think it proposes some exciting challenges, but challenges that I know Newark can overcome, and I believe will welcome. We're presenting to you today a 41-story building that consists of 514 residential units, as well as some commercial space and plenty of amenities as well. You'll see that this project, as we go to discuss this in detail, will in fact fulfill all the needs of or desires within the city's redevelopment plans. And the relief that we're asking for is a result of one of our blocking lots crossing over into a new zone. So the significant portion of the building would be permitted, but for one particular block and lot. We believe that the benefit of this building to the city and to the area are great and outweigh any detriment in the balancing test. That being said, Mr. Chairman, as we noted on our last hearing, there was a concern about our noticing and the use of our certified list. We have obtained an additional a new list. There were no new names on that list, but we did renotice, just so that is clear and stated for the record.
Thank you, Ken.
Yes. So with that, I like to start these off with our engineer so we get through some of the logistics before we get the shiny photos up. So if you wouldn't mind, I would like to call my first witness, Michaela McGuire from Stonefield Engineering, who's the engineer on this project.
Ms. McGuire, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application?
Yes, thank you. So my name is Michaela McGuire. Last name is spelled Maguire. I'm a project manager at Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey.
I don't believe I've seen you before this board before, have I, Ms. McGuire?
I was accepted as an expert witness about a month ago in front of this board.
Okay. Excuse my failure to remember. Ms. McGuire, is your engineering license in the state of New Jersey currently in full force and effect?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state, and it's in good standing.
Thank you. We'll accept Ms. McGuire as an expert in the field of engineering. You're not an NJIT graduate, are you, Ms. McGuire?
I am not. University of Delaware.
Well, okay. We'll still accept you.
Close enough.
Thank you.
There is a Newark in Delaware. Council.
There is.
Thank you. Michaela, are you familiar with the plans that are presented before the board?
Yes, I am.
And I know there were some changes to the height of the building. Did that make any significant changes to the engineering plans?
From a site and civil perspective, there's no significant impact.
Okay. Would you go through your engineering plans for the board, please? Oh,
yes.
Before you do that, I would like to note for the record, Mr. Chairman, that we are in receipt of the water and sewer report of February 22nd, 2024, city's engineering report dated February 16th, 2024, the planner's report dated February 8th, 2024, and the traffic and parking assessment dated January 24th, 2024. And we can comply with all of the conditions as a condition of approval. And we will also endeavor to provide testimony where requested. So I just wanted to get that out there before she starts her testimony as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. You go ahead, Michaela.
Yes. So if everyone can see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm starting here with the preliminary and final major site plan that was prepared by our office, dated September 6th, 2023. And I'm going to start with the cover sheet, sheet C1. I'm just going to zoom in here to the aerial tax and zoning map. So the site that we are talking about today is located at block 164, lots 20, 23, 25, and 90. The address is 200 to 204 and 206 to 208 Market Street, as well as 21 to 23 Edison Place. The property is 17,108 square feet, or 0.39 acres. And we are fronting both Market Street, which is to the north of the site, and then Edison Place, which is to the south of the site. The existing site is developed with 3 different buildings ranging from 4 stories, 2 stories, and 1 story. All of the buildings are located on the north side of the property along Market Street, and then along the Edison Place frontage, there's a surface parking area with vehicular access along that frontage. The current property is entirely impervious, covered in the buildings along Market, and then the surface parking that is along Edison. The subject property is located in a split zone, both zones being redevelopment plans. So the northern portion of the site along Market Street, which is shown in pink on the screen, is located within the Living Downtown redevelopment plan. And then the portion on the south side of the site along Edison, shown in yellow, is the Downtown 4 redevelopment plan. As part of the proposed conditions, we are proposing to demolish the buildings and surface parking area on site. And I'm going to move down to sheet C5, again on the same site plan sheet, and then zoom into the improvements. So as we mentioned, we are proposing a 41-story mixed-use building. The site plan set that was submitted is showing a 46-story mixed-use building, but again, we did reduce the stories by 5 feet. So now the 41-story building, that 5 feet reduction resulted in a total of 49 feet being reduced off the.
A 5-story reduction, right? Not a 5-foot reduction.
Correct, thank you. 5-story reduction, which resulted in a 49 feet reduction of the building height. We are compliant with the Living Downtown redevelopment plan building height requirement. However, we are seeking relief for the portion of the building that extends into the downtown core portion of the site. The building size or footprint is 16,673 square feet, taking up majority of the site from property line to property line. We are meeting the lot coverage and impervious coverage requirements for both redevelopment plans for this property. We are proposing commercial areas as part of this project as well. There's one commercial space along the Market Street frontage to the north. It's located to the east of the residential lobby entrance, which is also located along Market Street. And then there are additional commercial spaces in the floors above, which I'll let the project architect talk through. We are proposing a total of 514 units as part of this development, a reduction of 65 units from, again, the plan that was submitted previously. Access to the internal parking is located along Edison Place via a 27-foot curb cut. It was noted in the engineering review letter that this apron driveway be revised to have a curb apron with a radius. So we do agree to work with the city engineer to make that update and revise that driveway as needed. Again, that driveway enters into the internal valet parking area, which again, I will let the architect and traffic engineer talk through further. We are proposing an internal loading space along the Market Street frontage, again to the north. The loading space is 20 feet by 45 feet with the internal height of 21 feet. That loading size is compliant with both the downtown core loading size requirement as well as the city of Newark loading size requirement. However, we are seeking relief for the number of loading spaces where the city of Newark loading requirements are 2 loading spaces as we are proposing 1. However, with the use, we do believe that this 20-foot by 45-foot loading space would be sufficient for what we're proposing. We are proposing to reconstruct the curb and sidewalk along both the Market Street frontage as well as the Edison Place frontage to upgrade to be ADA compliant in all areas. One of the comments, again, in the engineering review letter was for us to replace the existing curb ramp along Market Street at the crosswalk and then also restripe that crosswalk, which we do agree to comply with both of those comments. Along Market Street, we're currently proposing 3 street trees. Again, a comment in the letter was for us to shorten the distance between those trees to about 20 or 25 feet in order to add more landscaping along the frontage, which we do agree to comply with. On the Edison Place frontage, we are seeking relief for those street trees as the existing width from the building to the curb is only 7 feet. Therefore, we wouldn't have enough space to do the street trees as well as have a safe pedestrian access path. From a stormwater perspective, we are a minor development as we are less than half an acre, and we are proposing an underground detention basin that's collecting the entirety of the building area, detaining it, and then slowly releasing it into the 12-inch combined storm and sewer main that's within Edison Place. We did review the stormwater comments as part of the engineering review letter and do agree to comply with any of those comments and calculation items. We also reviewed the City of Newark water and sewer comments and again agree to comply with anything from that letter. Regarding the lighting, all the lighting on site is proposed to be LED downward facing fixtures. They're designed to propose safe vehicular and pedestrian access around the site. There are 2 existing light poles along Market Street that we are proposing to remain. One of the comments in the engineering letter was for us to include those light fixtures in our lighting analysis, which we can provide and do agree to comply with. In general, as stated in the beginning, we have reviewed all of the engineering letters, water and sewer, and stormwater, and do agree to comply with any of the comments. With that being said, I'm happy to go into further detail or answer any questions.
Council, any further questions for this witness?
I relinquish her to you.
Consider yourself relinquished. Mr. Walker. Are there questions for the engineer from the board? Questions for the engineer from the board? Mr. McGuire, how many trees are you going to take away from the citizens of the city of Newark?
So currently the site is fully developed, so there are no existing trees on site. We are proposing 3 along the Market Street frontage, but we do agree to try to fit a 4th along that frontage if we can comply with it.
How many trees are required? If you know.
So there are 4 trees required along Market Street, and then 2 trees required along Edison Place. So we would be two trees shy if we fit another one on Market Street.
And you're not sure if you can fit another one on Market Street. Is that your testimony?
Correct. We will review it, but with the utilities, I can't say for certain.
So you're certainly going to be at least two trees short and probably 3, correct? Is that fair to say?
Potentially, yes.
Council, I wonder if as a condition of approval, you would agree to work with the city's arborist or an arborist picked by our board planner to vigorously attempt to find space for all those trees, and only after that proves impossible will your client be required to comply with the donation to the city's tree fund. Is that agreeable to your applicant?
That is absolutely agreeable. I would note that one of the concerns of one of our neighbors is the underground utilities, given the size of this development of the Prudential Center. So it is something that we've looked at, but as a conditional approval, we absolutely will agree to work with the city, the city's arborist or the city's planner to figure out how to work this out.
Thank you, Council. Commissioner Monfort.
I understand there's gonna be a loading dock. Did I hear that?
No, it's a loading zone. Not necessarily a dock per se, but Michaela, can you pull it back up and go through that again, please?
Yes. So up in the northeast corner, we are proposing an internal loading zone. It won't be a dock. It'll be flush with the grade of the building with the door. And again, will be fully enclosed. Everything will be internal to the building.
Michaela, can you go into what are we anticipating is going into this and being used as? Can you go into a little bit of details? The box trucks for moving in, moving out. What type of use do you think that will have?
Yes. So we do anticipate smaller box trucks. I know it is 45 feet long, but we don't anticipate anything larger than a 30-foot or 20-foot box truck that would be entering this loading area. And it would likely be either for deliveries for the commercial space and or for tenants that would be moving in or moving out, that would, rent or work with management to use that space for that area.
Where would you enter and exit at?
So there is a door along the Market Street facade where this 20-foot dimension is, and then there's a curb break along Market Street. So vehicles would enter from Market Street.
And they will exit from Market also?
Correct.
Okay, no.
So a truck's gonna be backing up out onto Market Street?
So we would anticipate a vehicle will pull forward and back into the space and then pull out forward onto Market Street. So they would back into the loading area.
So a 30-foot truck is going to, I guess, at least for a short time, close down Market Street both ways while it backs up. Is that fair to say?
I would not anticipate it would be both ways. It would likely pull up in this southernmost lane along Market Street in this area and then back into the loading zone. It would likely need to wait until there was no vehicles passing in that northern lane. However, I don't anticipate it would extend into the westbound lanes of Market Street.
So it would only shut down the eastbound lanes momentarily.
Correct.
Mr. Trafficante. Mr. Trafficante, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your title for the record.
My name is Charles Trafficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer in the employment of the city of Newark, Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the state board. May I proceed?
Please.
Ms. McGuire, in the engineer's report to the zoning board dated February 16th, one of the comments made was the request to move that driveway apron to the loading zone at least 25 feet farther, I guess, to the west, because it's so close to the pedestrian crosswalk. Or is your client willing to comply with that?
So from a site civil engineering perspective, and I know we have our traffic engineer here too, that can probably shed more light on the circulation path. A vehicle wouldn't pull forward past this pedestrian access if the light was red to do this maneuver. So we don't anticipate any negative impact to that crosswalk or that area, again, because no one's going to be pulling forward to back in if that light there is red.
So is that a no? Or can you comply with the request that it get pushed back, just keep it away from the pedestrian crosswalk, so you don't interfere with pedestrian foot traffic, and it crosses a crosswalk in a 90-degree angle, as mentioned in the report to the board, rather than a truck backing in, pulling out, backing in, and possibly into oncoming foot traffic trying to cross Market Street from north to south.
Understood. Yeah, we can certainly review with the architect and see if there's anything we can do internally to, as you mentioned, relocate this internal loading area in a different spot.
All right. There's also comments in the engineer's report to the board, starting on page 2, requires testimony. I don't know if you can address them. Item 4, survey, Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3. Can you?
Yes, so that's regarding the construction of the building adjacent to lot 25, correct?
Oh yes, lot 25 and the other lot, I think lot 18 to the west, lot 25 located to, I believe, the east. But the issue about the common property line, the party wall, existing party wall that runs along the common property lines between the existing building that's to be demolished and the existing building and an adjoining lot that's to remain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that is fairly typical in an urban environment like the one we are in. The licensed contractor as well as structural and geotechnical engineer would have to create a plan to shore and stabilize both of the adjacent buildings, both during the demolition phase and during the construction phase.
Something like a statement of excavation signed and sealed by a structural engineer the state of New Jersey submitted as part of their building permit application, outlining how they plan to go about it without undermining or jeopardizing the adjoining property. Does that sounds in line, reasonable?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And can you tell the board if there's any existing easements for those common party walls on either lot 25 or lot 20, or the subject lots?
Based on the survey, there's no existing easements with either adjacent properties.
All right. Third question. Survey indicates the corner of the existing four-story masonry building located within subject lot 25, block 164, extends into adjoining lot 86, located to the east-southeast. Applicant property owner shall provide testimony to the board as to what they intend to do to protect the southwest corner of the existing four-story frame dwelling within adjoining lot 27, as well as protect and restore the bituminous concrete parking lot within adjoining lot 86 when they demolish and move the existing four-story masonry building within lot 25. Can you provide testimony?
Yeah, so I do think that's similar to the previous two comments. It would really be for the licensed contractor, again, during demolition and construction, to confirm that they are providing a safe way to shore and stabilize those adjacent buildings.
Last question. On page. Okay. Yeah, page 5. Item number 5, Roman numeral 21. Applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to how they intend to keep the 3-meter parking spaces in front of the subject site on Market Street during construction. Can you testify to?
So we do agree to work with the Newark Parking Authority, as mentioned, if we do need to temporarily have those spaces shut down during construction. It would likely be for any of the utility connections that we're showing into Market Street. But again, we will coordinate with the Newark Parking Authority if we do need to shut any down.
And get approvals from them as well, should you have to remove them. All right, because they're probably going to want to be compensated for the time lost and how long those meters are out.
Okay, yes, we can do that.
No further questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, just I'm just curious, was there did the city schedule a technical review for this application?
Yes, we sat and went through this application with the engineering department. Mr. Traficante was there, the planning office was there. We went through and looked at this pretty extensively and tried to work through some of the challenges, particularly given the change in zones. I think we spent a lot of time discussing that. I think some of the, we do have testimony in relation to the loading area coming up. It is something that has been thought through significantly. We know what the comment is. We are willing to work with the city to figure out if there is a better location within the building for the loading zone as requested. But, we believe this is a very well thought out plan, taking into account all of the various concerns that were put before us.
Yeah, I just asked because, and I'm sure you agree that although these are very important issues, maybe not within the jurisdiction, necessarily within the jurisdiction of this board.
Right.
Commissioner.
We endeavor to continue to work with the city's engineering department to work.
Thank you, Council. Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's hard to hear you, Vice Chair.
I'm having some audio issues. This is kind of probably a tag team question between the traffic engineer and the civil engineer. She said that it wouldn't impede traffic on Market Street. On Broad Street, you can't make a right onto Market. You have to come up Market Street. So that meant you're gonna see that light there, the traffic light, and then you have to make a left into this facility to get to the loading zone. I'm a little concerned about that, where it will impede and back up traffic on Market Street because you have buses going both ways. And it's also a thoroughfare for our EMT and fire trucks. I'm just a little concerned about that. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the traffic engineer to how this is going to be settled.
I would just note, Mr. Mumford, that I don't believe you would be able to make a left into this property from any direction. You need to make a right onto the property unless you're, backing into it. There is a double yellow line that exists there. For folks who, well, it wouldn't be, this area wouldn't be meant for regular vehicles either. So I like to believe that delivery trucks, etc., tend to follow the law of the road. But we will have traffic testimony in reference to how all of this is going to work coming up.
Are there any further questions from the board for the engineer? Further questions?
Council, we see a lot of things on Market.
Oh, I know. we know.
I'm sorry. Anything further, Commissioner Vice Chair Monford?
No, Mr. Chair, not at the moment.
Are there any further questions for the engineer from the board? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to note that the city's engineer is on. She normally doesn't make appearances, so I figured, I just wanted to make sure she was acknowledged if there was any questions or concerns from the city side there.
I'm sure she will be quick to let us know if there are. And welcome to.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for the acknowledgement. I didn't have the raise my hand button for some reason. I just did. I'm sorry. I do have a question, and I know that I have to be sworn in.
Yeah, you might want to. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and title for the record, please?
Dolores Martinez Wood, and Director of the Department of Engineering, City of Newark.
Welcome, Ms.
Thank you. I do have a question for the engineer regarding the potential foundation plan for the project. As Mr. Traficante, my colleague, mentioned, there is a concern with the adjacent structures. So I'm curious as to finding out what the plan for whether it's underpinning or whatever it is that may cause potential vibrations to the area immediately adjacent. So I'm just curious as to what the potential plan may be at this point by the applicant.
So at this moment, there are no, construction drawings or plans for that design. But again, as part of submission for the building permit, we would need to submit the foundation plan with that plan included, as well as analysis from the structural engineer, the geotechnical engineer, to confirm that we have no impacts. But at this moment, we just don't have the full construction set that we would be, submitting for the building permit set for me to answer that question.
I would like to note that we have visited the site on many occasions. We've been in that basement. We have the person who runs Fast Signs. She's our neighbor. We understand that there are significant issues in the basement of the two buildings now. I believe they're getting water on both sides. And then there's some serious structural issues that need to be addressed here. So we plan to do that very carefully and with the knowledge and know-how and input of the city as well. But we have not gotten that far in the plans just yet.
Anything further, Ms. Wood?
Not at this point, Mr. Abida.
I would just note the following. This is a significant application which raises significant construction problems and concerns, I should say. problems and or concerns. And many of them are certainly beyond the jurisdiction of this board, but have to be dealt with and fall within the purview of the city's Department of Engineering and other departments. So, council, I'm going to ask that you and your team agree to meet with all relevant city departments to work out any concerns and issues they have. Is that something you agree to, council?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Great. Well, let's. If there are there any further questions for the engineer from the board? I see none. Are there any questions for the engineer from the public? Mr. Skolnick is raising two hands. A little scary, a little scary. Mr. Skolnick, could you state your name and title, address and title for the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My name's Richard Skolnick. I have my own law firm at 75 Main Street in Milburn, and tonight I'm representing Libby Heller and some related entities that trade as Star Parking. She owns the historic building at 35-37 Edison Place. That's block 164, lot 684, excuse me. And she owns some parking lots at 25-33 Edison Place, as well as 17-19 Edison Place. So the historic building known as the Isley Building on Edison, and then the parking lots, which will surround the Edison Place facing part of the structure. We're going to have some testimony from her and a traffic engineer. I just have a couple of questions for this witness. I know there's a lot to do tonight, so I'm going to try to be brief and really focused, Chairman, as best I can.
I get goosebumps every time a lawyer says that.
Well, we'll see what happens. Well, can I ask Ms. McGuire a couple questions?
Please.
Ms. McGuire, can you pull up C5 again, if you wouldn't mind, that drawing C5? And what's our width of Edison Place?
It is 42.19 feet.
Is that the opening or the width of the street itself?
That is the width of the frontage.
Okay. How about what from north to south? What's the width of Edison Place?
Got it, understood. If I move to the survey sheet C3, may have a width on here. It's 20 feet wide.
So 20 feet wide. Okay. Is it one way or two ways?
It is one way traveling in the eastbound direction.
Okay. Does it ever become two ways that you're aware of?
So I know our traffic engineer is going to present after to testify about the circulation pass. I do believe sometimes it does, but I'll let the traffic engineer testify to that.
Okay. And just to clarify, for all cars coming and going, it's in Edison Place and out Edison Place, right? Cars will circulate.
Mr. Chairman, I have a traffic engineer. Mr. Skolnick knows we have a traffic engineer. I would ask that he limit his questions to the things that my engineer has testified to.
I think that's a fair request, Mr. Skolnick. See what you could do in that regard.
I didn't interrupt Mr. Souter, so I'm not going to be too long. I'm just confirming how you get in and how you get out of the building and a couple other minor items, Chairman.
Let's proceed.
That's it. It's a significant application. So I'm just trying to, can I clarify, Ms. McGuire, for cars, the only entrance is through Edison and the only exit is through Edison. There's going to be no cars coming and going on Market. Is that correct?
I just want to note for the record that she didn't testify to the traffic of cars on Edison.
Well, if she knows, she can answer the question. Let's try and see what we can do here to keep this moving. If you know, Ms. McGuire. Are you able to answer that question, Ms. McGuire?
Correct. Pedestrian vehicles will only enter and exit through Edison.
Okay. And is there someone on your team that has developed at this point a staging plan of where the construction equipment and the materials are going to be stored at all?
If
We are not at that process of the application yet.
Okay, so you got Edison Place 27 feet. Do you know if Edison Place is going to be used for construction and trucks bringing in materials and cement and steel and all that? You don't know at this moment how or if Edison Place is going to be used at all.
Mr. Chairman, she's not.
If you know,
We have not done that yet.
If she doesn't know, if there's a witness that knows, just let me know. But if she's the civil engineer on the case.
She doesn't know, Mr. Skolnick.
Okay. That's it for this witness.
Thank you. Miss Denise, screen name Denise Fast Signs.
Denise Fast Signs.
Hi, Miss Fast Signs.
Hello.
Could you state your name, give us your address for the record, please?
It's Denise Aquay. I'm Fast Signs 210 Market Street.
And your question for the engineer, ma'am?
Yes, she made a statement where you said no easements for the party walls. What does that mean?
So sometimes when there are properties that share something with an adjacent property, there's an easement associated with those properties with a deed or an agreement stating which property, owns it or can do what with whatever is being shared. So there's a shared driveway, there's usually an easement to state who can use, the driveway and who owns the driveways, items like that.
Okay, so right now we don't have anything like that.
Correct, no easements based on the survey.
Okay, and then regarding the your loading area, I guess I have a concern because I'm right there next to you and right where they're saying it's going to be, and it's right in front of that, right next to that the light. So in front of, are we going to eliminate the parking spaces? Because that right next to the street curb is parking spaces. Then you have the lane for the traffic, the 2 lanes for traffic. Are we eliminating the parking there?
Those 3 metered spots along our frontage are proposed to remain.
So they will remain in front of your loading area and then the 2 lanes, the 2 traffic lanes.
Correct.
Okay, so then when your trucks will be coming, there potentially could be parked cars there.
Correct. So this circle that I'm highlighting with my mouse right here, that starts the parallel parking spaces. So it starts from here and extends west or to the left, and there's 3. And then in front of the proposed loading driveway, there's no parallel parking.
So what is in front? Because right now that parking goes almost right to the pedestrian. So where is the pedestrian on your map here?
It is right. Correct.
Okay, go ahead. I stepped on you. I apologize.
I was just going to note that the parking starts about 25 feet to the west of that crosswalk.
Okay, because when you're saying the 3, right now, they've removed all of the parking meters, so it's just free flowing and you pay into a machine, so there's not designated strips or anything. So they park here. There's not metered parking anymore, so they just park and you go and pay your money and put your little sticker. And it starts. Excuse me?
I think I can help answer your question because I think I know where you're going with this. Being down here, Michaela, is the area that we currently have the driveway showing in right now, is that a prohibited parking area in front of the pedestrian right of way?
Yes.
And it's the area, because I know people park there, Denise. I know people will just go ahead and park there. I know the police will park their vehicles there. But are there yellow lines that are prohibiting people up into a certain point from being able to park in front of where the loading zone is being proposed?
No.
Currently, there is. I can move again to our survey that shows, again, these are the three spaces we were talking about, and there is striping in front of where we would have that proposed driveway prohibiting parking in that area.
And where, right on this one, where's the light?
The light is right here.
Can you maybe highlight the walkway so that you can see what currently is a walking area versus a non-parking area and a parking area?
Yep. So what I highlighted in red is the walkway, and then in this red box, this is the prohibited parking area, and then to the left of that starts the parallel spaces.
And can you verify where you're going to have the driveway going into the building currently?
Correct. It's approximately in this location.
Okay, where's my location then?
You're the 4-story frame building, I believe. Can you highlight her building next door, Michaela?
Yes. Is this the correct building?
Do you have any further questions, Ms. Façade?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any further questions?
Just the other question, when would the vibration, and she might have said that, I missed it, when would all the vibration testing happen? When will we know that information?
As soon as we know it, you will know it, because we will come back to the community and let you know what the plan is as we develop the plan. But it has not been fully developed as of yet. But we anticipate, if we are approved tonight, that within the next 3 to 5 weeks, we will be in touch with you on the demolition plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are there any further questions from the public for the engineer? There is a phone ending in 616. Can you unmute yourself? You can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Phone ending in 616. Okay, instead there's a phone ending in 355. Can you state your name and address for the record, please? Phone ending in 355. Do you have a question for the engineer? Apparently not. Phone ending in 616. If you have a question for the engineer, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. What is your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Danny Gale. I live at 111 Mulberry Street. I've been here for 25 years and very excited about the project and just have some comments that relate to the uses.
Sir, this is a time for questions for the engineer. Do you have a question for the engineer?
Yes, I do.
What is your question?
On the foundation, as you know, there's so many buildings around here that are 70 to 125 years old. I know here at our building, 138 units of residential housing directly across from fast signs. We have water issues. We're very concerned about the structural potential damage, depending upon what kind of footing plan is going to be utilized for this building. The other area is the.
What is your question, sir? What is your question for the engineer, please?
the question is, how are we going to not have an issue with 100-year-old brick buildings when the footings start to go in, depending upon what kind of footing insulation is going to occur? So that's
and sir, it's an important question. It's a fair question. It has to be dealt with, but it's not something within the jurisdiction of this board. It's not something that this board can control. And I think, the best I can tell you is, if this application is approved, the applicant will have to work with the Department of Engineering, or the city engineer is here, and the applicant has already agreed to work closely with our Department of Engineering. Our engineer is, the city engineer is clearly concerned. She is here this evening,
right,
exhibiting her concern. This will have to be worked out if this application is approved. Is that fair to say, Council?
Yes, that's fair. That's fair to say. And the other issue is the loading dock. I have concerns about all the turning ratios, all of that.
Yes. And we're gonna talk more about that. Are there any? But we'll get back in. You could raise those questions when the traffic engineer comes. I have.
Okay.
Thank you. I have someone, a screen name MMM. Do you have a question for the engineer? Apparently not. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there are no further questions for the engineer, let's proceed.
No, I think I want to go ahead and pull a Band-Aid off of this one and call my traffic engineer, Mr. Chairman.
I think there's going to be more coming off than with that Band-Aid. And who is your traffic engineer?
Mr. Vicio.
Mr. Vicio, I see you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You have to unmute yourself.
That would help. I do.
Could you state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please?
Andrew Vicio, V as in Victor, ISCHIO. I'm a licensed professional engineer with Stonefield Engineering and Design, who prepared the traffic impact study for this development.
Now, Mr. Vicio, I vaguely recall you have testified before this board in the past. Is that correct?
I have about a month ago.
And is your license in the state of New Jersey still in full force and effect?
It is.
We'll accept Mr. Vicio as an expert in the field of traffic engineering counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Vicio, have you studied, or did you compile the traffic study that was submitted for this application?
I have familiarized myself with all of the documents, including the traffic impact study.
And the traffic impact study took into consideration the fact that this was the vehicular vehicles would be parking in the site coming into Edison Place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were looking at times that included both the heaviest of times, the rush hours in the mornings and the evenings during the week?
Correct.
Did you also take into account any large events happening at the Prudential Center in compiling the traffic study?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. With that, please, can you please present your study?
Certainly. Thank you, Council, and good evening, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. As part of the application, Stonefield Engineering and Design prepared the traffic impact study dated September 7th, 2023, which was subsequently revised on January 31st, 2024. as well as a parking assessment report dated January 16th, 2024. Before I get into any technical details, the most important transportation aspect of this development is that it is in a tremendously walkable and transit-rich environment. We are short walks from Penn Station, 2 light rail stations, 10 different NJ Transit bus routes, and the commercial downtown core. So, in summary, before we get into any technical details or any capacity analyses, we know that this development will support the economic growth of the central business district. We know that this development will reduce reliance on personal vehicles and support public transportation. And we know that this development will create a more equitable and safe community. So with that important statement stated, I will now share my screen and present an aerial exhibit. I will describe this exhibit. I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. I apologize. Here we go.
Colorful screen.
That might be a little bit better. Is everyone seeing an aerial exhibit, which is dated March 20? Perfect.
Did you submit this to the board, sir?
We have not.
Let's mark this A1. And could you just, how many pages is this?
1 page.
Okay, A1, 1 page. Could you tell us what this is?
We are looking at an aerial exhibit of the general site vicinity, and a number of things have been identified on this exhibit. Number 1, first and foremost, is our site located at the center in this yellow polygon. Number 2 is this circle, which demarks a 1,200-foot radius around the site. Number 3, and all of these items are included in the legend. Number 3 are markers showing where existing light rail stops are in the vicinity of our site. 4th is the Newark Penn Station and accompanying Sky Bridge. And furthermore, we have markers, small blue squares indicating every single NJ Transit bus stop in the site vicinity. And last but not least, we have blue and orange squares showing the location of different parking lots and garages. So I will be referring to this exhibit throughout my testimony. North is to the top of the page. So with that being said, the existing site is a mid-block lot with frontage along Market Street and Edison Place between Broad Street and Mulberry Street. The proposed development would have vehicular access for passenger vehicles solely off of Edison Place. Residents would not park their vehicles utilizing the driveway on Market Street. Market Street would only be utilized for commercial loading purposes. To orient everyone, we are, again, immediately north of the Prudential Center. We are about a 3-minute walk from the Sky Bridge. We are about an 8-minute walk from Penn Station and about a 5-minute walk from Military Park light rail station. As part of the application, we prepared a traffic impact study in accordance with Standard Institute of Transportation Engineers methodology. Trips were generated for the proposed development and distributed throughout the adjacent roadway network, and then a roadway capacity analysis was conducted. As I stated previously, all traffic would have to exit through the intersection of Edison Place and Mulberry Street. So we made sure to analyze that intersection. And our results indicate that the increase in traffic as a result of our development would only increase overall delay for vehicles at the intersection by approximately 6 seconds in the morning and 2 seconds in the evening. So in summary, the traffic impacts of our proposed development would not be significant. Regarding on-site access and circulation, as I stated previously, all residential traffic would enter via the intersection of Broad Street and Edison Place. And I will now be sharing, I will be referring back to the site plan, which does not need to be marked as an exhibit. Now we are again looking at sheet C5.
We're still, the sheet hasn't changed.
All right, perfect. Now we are looking at sheet C5 of the site plan set. Once all residential traffic enters Edison Place, they would utilize the single curb cut and utilize the 6 staging areas to enter the valet system. The garage entrance would be staffed by up to 8 valet employees 24/7. So the gate would essentially never be closed for the parking garage. As I stated previously, residents would pull into one of the 6 spaces in this holding area, so to speak, and then a valet employee would take their vehicle up one of the 2 elevators to the 2nd or 3rd floor, and then park in a mechanical parking lift. And that would be used, that would be the process that's followed to access all 142 parking spaces that are proposed. The entire process would not take more than a few minutes per car. Given the quick process, the number of available valet employees, and the relatively low number of parking spaces relative to the size of our building, we are not anticipating any queuing extending onto Edison Place as a result of this system and this proposed development. One other aspect that I would like to point out regarding the valet system is that we are showing a total of 9 staging spaces. This can be reversed during the morning peak hour when more people are leaving as opposed to entering. So there can be 2 rows or 6 total parking spaces for exiting vehicles in the morning versus 1 row entering in the morning, and vice versa in the evening. So that's a quick summary of the.
Andrew, before
Yes.
you leave this slide,
Yes.
the lack of a queue scenario that you talked about, is that also true in the event that there's an event taking place, given that the Prudential Center is one of the world's most highly utilized arenas?
The operations that I just stated before, the quantities, the time frame, that is independent of any events that are occurring at the Prudential Center. Access to the site would be maintained throughout all events, with the minor exception of whether or not police feel the need to close the intersection of Edison Place and Mulberry Street for any number of reasons. However, if that were to occur, all access to the site would be maintained. However, police would redirect traffic to Broad Street. And in my conversations with the city traffic engineer, there is no formal agreement in place with the Prudential Center to formally close Edison Place. And the last topic I would just wanted to emphasize was the infrequency of the loading zone being used on Market Street. We're anticipating on the order of one delivery for the commercial use per day, and only a handful of people moving in or out per week, with those move-ins or move-outs occurring primarily off-peak on the weekends. So I know there might be a few questions, so I'll end my direct testimony. And counsel, yes?
I would like for you to do a couple more things before we turn it over. Can we address the loading zone a little bit more in depth, particularly with the vehicles going in and out of that space, given fast signs concerns about parking? What would be interrupted, if anything? And can you also address the commissioner's concern that a 45-foot truck may block traffic in both lanes as well, and also just deal with the turning in and out of that space as well, so folks will know how that works?
Absolutely. So I will bring up again sheet C5. A standard delivery vehicle, which is approximately 23 feet long, can access the loading zone with no impact to the second driving lane or the interior driving lane on Market Street. So that smaller delivery truck, which we commonly refer to as a DL23 design vehicle, would pull forward, as my colleague Michaela stated, and then back in to the driveway and the loading dock. That's a standard delivery vehicle. A larger box truck, say a 30-foot box truck, can also access the loading zone. However, it would impact both eastbound Market Street driveways, driving lanes. It would simply pull forward and then back into the loading area. Again, this is something that would happen extremely infrequently. It can happen without encroaching on the sidewalk. It would not occur. It would not occur while the light is red. The drivers would obey the green or red indication at the adjacent traffic signal. And it's much safer to back into the loading area as opposed to pull forward into the loading area and be forced to back out.
So this is Market Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I'm clear that this is one of the most well-traversed areas in the city. How would this loading area and putting this driveway here impact folks? And can you discuss any safety elements that have been considered in order to put this interruption in the street in this location?
Absolutely. So the garage would have both audible and flashing lights associated when that would be activated when the door is open, which would alert pedestrians. So that is a safety feature. And again, with respect to any impacts to traffic on Market Street, the movement that we're describing here is akin to someone parallel parking, but perhaps slightly longer. Again, a standard size delivery vehicle would not impact the inner driving lane on Market Street. However, the larger 30-foot box truck would impact that second driving lane in the eastbound direction on Market Street. But the impact would be on the order of seconds, not minutes. Given how quickly that maneuver would happen and how infrequent that maneuver would happen, and the safety features that would be installed with the loading dock, the impact would not be significant and it could be performed safely.
Can you tell me, is this helped or alleviated by the fact that this is in the middle of the block and you have the stop sign immediately to the right, but there's also, I mean, not stop sign, a stop light, but also another stoplight at the other end of the block. Does that help or hinder this situation here?
I think even more important is the fact that this is a T intersection and not a traditional four-leg intersection with numerous conflicting approaches. If I refer back again to the aerial exhibit, you'll notice that we are essentially a mid-block traffic signal. So we're not at a very complex intersection where turning vehicles would have to see the stopped vehicle in a short time frame. This is mid-block, and for that reason, it further enhances the safety of what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for this witness, counsel?
I have none.
We're now in. Are there any questions from the board for the traffic engineer? Questions from the board for
Mr. Chair,
the traffic engineer? Commissioner Kobia.
just wanted to, the study you did in September, January, was it during an event?
So our parking study was conducted, it was completed in January of 2024. We studied one weekday and one weekend. The weekend parking count was conducted while there was a Disney on Ice event occurring at the Prudential Center.
Okay, because I know you mentioned it was up to the discretion of police officers to close part of Edison and Mulberry, but I'd have to say that more than half their events, they closed those streets. So I'm just a little concerned that it's something that happens weekly, that they close Edison and Mulberry.
Commissioner, I'd just like to note I don't know if you recall a few years ago, there was a big lawsuit between the city and the entity across the street that dealt specifically with the police presence there. So there's no formal agreement for us to be able to say it happens one way or the other at this particular point in time, but we are aware that they do.
Okay.
Which is why we went out of our way to make sure we did it during one of the events that we know is a bigger event. And we've witnessed the closing of the street. They actually have a mechanism that will allow you to get to a certain portion of the street or not. But because there's no formal agreement and we don't know if there will be one, it makes it difficult for us to put something else in place when we're kind of in a gray space.
I hear you. I'm just saying it happens every week, and I'm concerned because you're relying on valet and just going in through Broad Street. So
right, and typically when they close the street, as you know, I'll refer to it as the Brick City Bar building. Right, that's usually where the complete shutdown happens, and there's typically an ability for you to continue to get into the parking that is there. Although that will be the lots that we currently look at there will be, some of that will be consumed with this building.
We're going to have to swear you in soon, counsel.
I'm just concerned with that, but okay. Thank you.
Further questions for the traffic engineer, not for council. Mr. Trafficante. Mr. Trafficante, I think you're sworn in on this case, are you? Maybe not.
Oh, the last application.
Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and title for the record, please?
My name is Charles Trafficante. I'm a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am in the employment of the city of Newark, Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the state board.
Yes.
Mr. Vicio, in Mr. Fernandez's memorandum dated January 24th to the board regarding the initial, traffic assessment report, he made some comments, bullet points. I believe 1, 2, 3, 5 of them. And starting with the fourth bullet point, it's noted ITE trip generation manual states trips under less than 100 per hour will not cause a significant disturbance to traffic. Your traffic assessment report, at least the initial one, noted a trip generation in the morning of 179 in the morning and 122 in the afternoon at the PM peak hour. Those numbers are still valid?
2 points to that. So number one, the numbers that were cited would be reduced as a result of reducing the size and scale of the development. We've reduced the number of dwelling units to 514, which is more than was contemplated in that traffic study. So our traffic study is conservative in nature. All of the trip generation values and delay values would be improved as a result of the changes made to this application.
But you're still going to be well over 100, fair to say?
That's precisely why we conducted a comprehensive traffic impact study in which we conducted traffic counts at the 2 critical intersections and performed detailed capacity analyses and highly specialized software to develop level of service and delay criteria, comparing the conditions with and without our development.
Did it take into account the staging of traffic on Broad Street traveling south and looking to make a left to get onto Edison Place to get to your site, especially during rush hours?
Yes, absolutely.
And you don't think that's going to create a backup of cars on Broad Street looking to make a left, get onto your street, Edison?
No, I do not.
Not even during the peak morning rush hour or evening, especially evening, especially when there's an event?
I do not. So specifically that movement, if you refer to sheet A4 of our traffic impact study, you're referring to the southbound left movement at the intersection of Broad Street and Edison Place. The southbound left movement is calculated as operating at acceptable levels of service with essentially no increase in delay as a result of our development.
Well, the traffic assessment report Mr. Fernandez reviewed noted the level of service would change. Traffic impact study showed a table noting level of service for this place would change by 1 level from B to C. That hasn't changed, even though you reduced the number of units.
He's referring to the eastbound approach of Edison Street to Mulberry Street, which experienced, which we are calculating as having an increase of approximately 6 seconds of delay during the morning and evening peak hours. That's only for vehicles exiting Edison Place, approaching Mulberry Street.
But that's also people coming down Edison Place to get to your site, to pull in, right? As well as cars leaving.
That's I apologize.
As well as cars coming in at night to return from work, as well as cars leaving in the morning to go to work. They're all traveling eastbound on Edison Place from Broad to Mulberry. Is that correct?
Precisely, yes. So the eastbound approach of Edison to Mulberry would, as I stated, have an increase in delay of approximately 6 seconds during the morning and evening peak hours as a result of our development.
Even if all 142 parking spaces were vacated in the morning, and everyone goes to work within an hour of each other.
All 142 parking spaces would parked vehicles would not exit during the same peak hour. We used standard Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation rates for the number of dwelling units to generate our trips entering and exiting the site.
The last bullet point, Mr. Fernandez's memo notes that, all right, the applicant did not take account of available parking within the immediate area. As stated previously, Edison Place has a parking lot which is being removed by the applicant, and there is no parking on Edison Place. Broad Street has no parking by this location, and Market Street has limited parking as well as Mulberry Street. Assuming the study is correct and indicating that approximately only 35% of households do not own a vehicle, that would mean, well, the old number was 377 of the 579. However, you're now saying there's 514 residential units, right, instead of 579. If I deduct that by 35%, I'm looking at 334 residents would own a vehicle, and you would only still have 142 parking spaces being provided. The lack of parking provided is a concern to the engineering department. Mr. Vicio, can you allay or lift our concerns? How do you oppose 142 will satisfy 334 people with cars?
So again, I'll refer back to just how walkable and transit-rich this environment is. We are, through proposing this transit-oriented development, going to attract residents who do not rely on a passenger vehicle. We certainly acknowledge that some will. That's why we're proposing 142 parking spaces. In the event that residents move in and parking spaces are not available to them, we conducted a comprehensive inventory of the off-site parking that is available to them. And within a 7-minute walk, there are 3 parking lots that offer 24/7 access. Where
Can you put
parking...
that slide back up, please?
Absolutely. In the event that residents move into our building and all of the parking is accounted for and rented, there are 3 extremely convenient options for them to rent a monthly parking space within a 7-minute walk. Those are indicated with the blue rectangles here on this exhibit. I'm circling lot 11, lot 9, and lot 7. Lot 9 is, of course, directly across the street from our site, about a 1-minute walk. They currently charge $225 per month. Lot 11 has frontage along Raymond Boulevard. It's approximately a 5-minute walk. They charge approximately $300 per month. And lot 7 is behind City Hall. They charge approximately $150 per month, and that would be about a 7-minute walk. So there are options that are very convenient in the general site vicinity should all of the 142 parking spaces we're proposing be accounted for.
I guess last point, more of a statement. I'll close with a question. The Department of Engineering has concerns about the impact the proposed development shall have on the flow of traffic along Edison Place and back to the west into Broad Street during and after construction of the proposed development, especially during events at the Prudential Center. The engineering department strongly recommends to the board that the applicant, developer, property owner of the subject site be required to address and or mitigate any potential problems to the flow of traffic along Edison Place and Broad Street that may arise in the future and that can be attributed to the staging of parking into and out of this proposed, now I guess was it 41 story, 514 dwelling unit mixed use building that only has 142 on-site parking spaces and a valet parking service. I don't know how else to put it, Mr. Vecchio. I don't know if there's anything your client would be willing to offer to the board and to address and mitigate any potential problems that may arise in the future, whether during or after construction. Is there anything you can think of or suggest or offer at this time to alleviate and mitigate any future problems, especially if cars start backing up on Edison Place? I know you said your study was independent. You say independent of any functions or activities at the Prudential. Does that mean whether there is or there isn't, or you did not take into account any activities at the Prudential Center? When you say independent, what did you mean?
I was simply stating that the how the valet would function would be the same during an event or not during an event. The valet staging area would be properly staffed, and access to the site would be maintained at all times.
So does that mean it did not take into account any additional traffic coming to the Prudential Center, trying to get down Mulberry Street, maybe to the parking garage? That's over at 7, I guess. Day 7, referred to.
The vehicles that are entering the site that are residents of the building would enter the garage and be off street and not have any impact to traffic that would be using Edison Place for event purposes.
All right. Well, I guess I'll sum up with this. What's your prediction or forecast during peak hours, especially at night, in 1 hour? What's the most cars you anticipate entering the site within between, I say, 5 and 8 or 5 and 7 at night?
So I would cite ITE's land use code 222 for 514 dwelling units, multifamily high rise in a dense multi-use urban environment close to rail transit. That ITE number projects 60 entering vehicles during a peak hour during the weekday evening peak hour.
How many in the morning?
92 exiting vehicles in the morning.
That's almost 100. All right. No further questions.
Thank you. Anything further from the board for the traffic engineer? Further questions from the board for the traffic engineer? Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, you're muted.
Not a question, but just to alert the applicant, I share the same concerns our engineering department. I could just imagine a mess and no preparation for it. So as we move through this application, technology and studies are all fine, but reality has to kick in. Point that there is traffic there. Depending on certain events, what could and could not happen. I don't know the answer to it, and you guys don't either because he asked and you didn't answer it. But contingency plans, coordination with the center or something. This could be a nightmare, and I'm just not satisfied. I am satisfied that parking could be found, and I appreciate that answer. Founding parking and develop the traffic. I am concerned. Just wanted to get a thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Engineer Wooden.
Yes, hi. So I have a couple of questions. When it comes to the Market Street area, I know that we discussed the turning radius. Is there any way? I mean, are there going to be restrictions to the type of trucks? Are these restrictions going to? And I know I'm getting a little ahead. Are these restrictions going to be posted in the building? And if you do have a number of the size of truck that you're trying to bring on from the market side, can you show us on your study? Just put a circle about the radius of what you're thinking. And I only bring this about because I can see here and there, depending on the mentality of drivers, going onto the third lane on oncoming traffic. The problem that this poses is there's a lot of pedestrians as well. So again, a turning radius. This is my first question. I don't know if you'll respond now or you want me to ask you the rest of the question.
We can absolutely provide a template, a turning movement template that shows the largest design vehicle entering the site, which in this case would be a typical box truck or an SU-30 design vehicle. We have no problem working with your office and complying with that request.
Okay. You mentioned that the study was performed in a weekday and a weekend. The weekday, was that an event weekday?
So the traffic counts that were conducted on typical traffic conditions. The parking count occurred while there was an event.
Okay. What are typical conditions, as you mentioned? What would you consider typical conditions?
The street not being closed is how I would characterize that.
What would be typical conditions as opposed to the traffic patterns of the area, would you say?
I would consider a normal weekday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, typical traffic conditions.
During an event or not?
I would consider not during an event.
I just wanted to bring this up because events run every day in Prudential. So I think that to make a fair assessment, it has to be, if it's a weekday, both a weekday on what you call typical and a weekday where we have events. You mentioned two intersections. Can you clarify what those two intersections were when you did the study?
Yes, the intersection of Broad Street and Edison Place and Mulberry Street and Edison Place.
Anything on Market?
No.
Is there a reason why?
Yes, we'd be sending fewer than 100 vehicles to that intersection. We would be generating more than 100 vehicles at the two intersections that I described. So we identified them as study locations, but beyond that, traffic would disperse, so to speak.
Okay. So as we mentioned before, Market Street it's a heavily, well, it's one of the main thoroughways in the city of Newark, downtown Newark. Is there anything that your study was there anything carried in Beaver and Market by any chance?
No.
Is there a reason why, since you are planning to put a loading dock in that area?
We looked at the loading dock very closely from a geometric and operational perspective. Because that movement is so infrequent, we did not conduct a capacity analysis for that for that particular movement.
Okay, you mean movement is infrequent that you're going to create, not necessarily the movement of typical traffic on Market.
The utilization of the loading dock will be infrequent.
What's the traffic on Market Street a factor?
The traffic on Market Street, was it a factor in
your study at all?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry. I thought that you didn't see any other intersection. So I just wanted to clarify. Because Market and Beaver is the intersection that you mentioned as a T intersection. So I was just wondering if that is something that was part of the study as it is relevant to your application. So the answer is no, right? That intersection was not included in the study, correct?
Yes, but the turning movement templates that we'll provide to your office are on Market Street.
Okay, but the count or anything else was not included.
Correct.
That
Traffic counts, no.
Okay.
But geometrically, yes.
Yeah, I just have an overall question. So typically in a building of this caliber, you know, you do have a back of house, and to me, Edison Place is a back of house. Is there any reason why the entrance of, let's say, the residence was not necessarily on Market as opposed to the back of house road, Edison Place?
Yeah, the frequency of the movements. So because we are going to have on the order of about 100 vehicles entering and exiting during any given peak hour, we felt that would have less of an impact on Edison Place versus Market Street, which is much more heavily traveled roadway.
Okay. Would you say that it would be more difficult for residents to get in from Market due to the traffic patterns now as opposed to from Broad to Edison Place?
I think that it would be more difficult for residents to enter and exit a site driveway located on Market Street as compared to Edison Place. Absolutely.
Okay. Again, I was just wondering the mentality based on the traffic study of placing a back of house component in a prominent building in the storefront area. Is there anything that the study yielded to make that design decision?
There's any number of reasons. The line of sight would be more challenging for a driveway on Market Street. The opposing traffic for turning movements in and out would be more challenging on Market Street. Overall, having the access on Edison Place is a far safer alternative than a driveway for all of the residents on Market Street.
Understood. Would you say that pedestrian-wise, there's more movement of pedestrian or Edison Place during an event or on Market Street?
I would say, during an event, there will certainly be an increase in pedestrian traffic on Edison Place. Absolutely. More than Market Street, it's difficult to make that judgment. But during typical non-event conditions, Market Street would have far more pedestrians than Edison.
Okay. Just to clarify, pedestrian circulation is part of the traffic study, right?
Absolutely. We took into account pedestrians that are traveling through these intersections.
Okay, understood. Now, for when it comes to, we know we have challenges in our city, and trust me, from our traffic division, we know we have challenges when it comes to the responsibility of drivers sometimes. Is there any forecasted possible engineering solutions to avoid, let's say, on Market left-hand turns from the truckers backing in, on Broad Street, left-hand turns, possibly from somebody driving against traffic, in Edison Place, let's say that they're trying to make that right hand. Is there any possible engineering measures that you may be considering as part of the project?
We have no issues whatsoever working with your office to develop a signage and striping scheme to prevent those illegal turning movements. And prohibiting left turns into the loading dock or left turns out of the loading dock are both something that we're very willing to entertain.
Okay. And then just one thing, you mentioned an agreement. You mentioned, the agreement they made or whatever. Can you clarify who they are?
There is no formal agreement between the operators of the Prudential Center with the city to close Edison Place on any particular schedule or formal basis. In my conversations with the traffic department, it's the sole discretion of the Newark Police Department to close Edison Place when they feel it's necessary.
Okay. How was your traffic study impacted when you did the count while that section of the street was closed? Was that like a favorable thing, or what would you say overall?
The traffic counts that we collected were when Edison Place was open. I have personally conducted observations while Edison Place was closed, and that's why I'm familiar with how it operates when it's closed.
Was that memorialized in your study? Your observations?
No.
Okay. And just one last thing that I wanted to add to Mr. Traficante's statement that we are also recommending to keep an eye on the traffic flow on Broad Street as well. I know that we spoke about Edison Place. I know that we spoke about Market briefly. Knowing the challenges that we have around the city, I definitely will be looking for the partnership to remediate in the future on both engineering measures and collaborative enforcement of a remediation of any traffic pinpoints or pinch points, would you call it, that in the future the project may bring about. Because we do anticipate the entire area in our end, Broad Street, Edison Place, and Market will be affected as the traffic pattern would change, and we only see the area further being developed. As you know, we have a precinct across the street from you now, and from your property. It may become a emergency route, or it may just be an emergency route already. So the enforcement of the trucking, if it ends up being in the front facing Market, that's something that we also would like your partnership with. At this point, we have no further questions.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I may offer that we will agree as a condition of approval to ensure to work on a open agreement with the city to discuss these traffic matters. And I'd just like to note that we have the largest venue there, the Prudential Center. We have talked to their operators, and we've talked about agreeing to how we schedule things, both during the development stage, but also knowing that we need to have a working relationship so we know just what's going on when these things happen. But there seems to be a loose agreement now between them and the city. We have no problem entering into a formal agreement as a condition of approval.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board for the traffic engineer? Just a few things. So this agreement with the city to resolve traffic issues as a condition of approval will be an agreement that continues as long as the building is there, council?
Yes, as far as we can do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Vicchio, you said that the parking staffing, the valets, you mentioned there's going to be a staffing level there of 8 persons, 24/7, to ensure no queuing onto the street. Was that your testimony?
Not eight at all time, not 8 at all times, but up to that number as conditions require.
Well, how are we going to determine what conditions are required? Because here's my concern. This is going to create a significant traffic problem. Mr. Vicio, respectfully, I would be a happier man just going from one end of the city to the other if I ever had to just be bothered by a 6-second delay. I wouldn't even notice a 6-second delay. So, I don't know what a 6-second delay is. This is going to create significant traffic problems. And I think we have to come up with ways to resolve those. It does affect the negative criteria. Having at least a significant staff to ensure that there's no queuing onto Edison Place would be really important. Don't you agree?
Absolutely, and we have no problem working with your engineering staff to determine the appropriate staffing levels that is necessary to make sure that that does not happen.
So as a condition of approval, those appropriate staffing levels are going to be worked out with the city, and those will be open to change as we see if this is approved, right? You agree to that as a condition of approval? Council, yes, you agree to that on behalf of your client?
Absolutely. We can make it part of the working agreement.
Thank you. What's the dimension of that loading zone, Mr. Vicio?
Sharing my screen right now.
While you're looking at, I'm sure you'd agree some truck drivers have greater expertise than others. Some it's going to take many, many moves to get into that space, and some are going to do it quickly. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Oh, yeah. So what's the size of that?
We're proposing a 14-foot wide curb cut. Again, that exact dimension is going to be worked, fine-tuned with the engineering department.
Could you make this a little bigger for my old eyes, please?
Absolutely.
So it looks like it's 20 feet wide. Is that fair to say?
Correct. The door itself is 20 feet wide.
Okay. And how big is the space? How wide is the space?
For 20 feet wide, less pillars, and 45 feet long.
So a 40-foot truck could get in there. A 40-foot trailer will fit in there.
It would be more difficult for that size of a truck
to make the trailer could fit in there, correct?
Mr. Chairman,
I don't think they would physically be able to make the turn. Council,
I just wanted to note that
we're gonna have to swear council in. Council?
No, I was just about to say we can agree as a condition of approval to limit the size of the trucks to the smaller trucks, while posting a sign ensuring that folks know that only the smaller trucks will be able to pull into that space, to eliminate and ease the issue of the trucks going into other lanes.
So you're going to work with the Department of Engineering to determine what size trucks will be allowed and what size trucks will be prohibited from using that loading dock. Is that agreed to, Council?
That is agreed to, Mr. Chairman.
Now, also, there are times when the last thing our city needs is a truck cutting off Market Street so it can maneuver into that space. I in another lifetime, I drove a truck. Thank goodness I'm not driving trucks anymore. It would have taken me many, many moves to get into that spot. As a condition of approval, would you agree to work with the city as also as part of this agreement to determine how and when that loading zone can be used?
Absolutely.
So that it will everything, and if the city decides, if the Department of Engineering decides that everything must be scheduled, and if it decides it must be scheduled with notice to the Department of Engineering, that will be something you'll agree to. Would you
Yes.
agree to that as a condition of approval?
Yes.
Okay, are there any questions from the board regarding, for the traffic engineer? I'm afraid to go back to you, city engineer, but yes, the city engineer.
Just one clarification. I think that it was mentioned that the loading dock specifically for residents, correct? Because I know there is a commercial space. Is there any anticipation of any commercial buildings for the storefront space to be utilized? I just want clarification.
We're anticipating that it would be utilized by both the commercial space and residents for moving in and moving out, but subject to the terms that we would develop with the city.
So as a condition of approval, you will agree to accept the city's limitations on times, hours, days of delivery for the commercial spaces as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Commissioner Torres?
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, when you start the construction for this project, will you be closing Edison Street to bring your equipment?
We don't know the exact construction staging at this point in time.
Will there be a possibility that the street might be closed?
Not for any extended period, no.
How long would this project be built? For how long
I
will it
can't say a specific time frame.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the public for the traffic engineer? Mr. Skolnick's two hand, well, Commissioner Monfort, was that a hand?
If you close the block, wouldn't that hurt the businesses on it for a significant amount of time? Wouldn't that hurt the small businesses on Edison for any reason?
It's too premature for me to speculate on the construction staging associated with the construction of the building. That's something that would be developed with in conjunction with the engineering department and the traffic department when they acquire permits necessary to construct the building.
Thank you.
Mr. Skolnick.
Chairman, thank you. I take it I'll have a chance at some time at the end to say some of these issues are so critical that the board needs the information in front of it to decide, like the staffing levels and the staging plan. I'll have a chance to make those arguments at the end.
Are you asking or are you telling us, Mr.
I'm asking.
I'm sure you will make sure you have the time to make those.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sir, you referenced a few reports. I just want to make sure I have them straight because there's a September 7 traffic impact study, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned two other dates. A report dated January 16th, I believe.
Correct.
Can you tell me what that was?
That's a parking assessment report that was prepared upon request by the Newark traffic engineer.
Okay, so that's 116. And then there was another report dated January 31st.
The traffic impact study was amended to include that parking assessment report as an appendix.
Okay. Now, Chairman, am I able to confirm that the board members have the January 16 and the January 31st? Because those two reports, unfortunately, are not available online. And I have not had a chance, nor has my expert, had a chance to take a look at those. So can I at least confirm that the physical copies of the January 16 and the January 31st made it to the board members to decide this case tonight?
Ms. Mejia, were those received in a timely manner by your office?
I don't believe so. I think the last one that we have is the one that was referenced first by Mr. Skolnick.
That's the September 7th. I'm looking online right now, and I don't see January 16, and I don't see January 31st. It obviously makes a little strategic disadvantage since we haven't had a chance to read them, and we, I think, reasonably relied upon what was available online. I'm asking, Chairman, in fairness, at least has the board seen those two reports?
If Ms. Mejia did not receive them, we did not receive them.
Well, they're not posted online. I'm looking right online right now.
We got that, Mr. Skolnick, so we're gonna have to deal with that, as I'm sure
Okay,
Council Souter understands.
okay. Sir, you have the traffic study in front of you?
Yes,
Okay, your name isn't listed on it, so you reviewed it, I take it, but you didn't prepare it.
that is correct.
So did you write any part of it?
No.
Okay, could you go to page 4 of the report? If you could put up page 4 on the screen, that'd be awesome. Could you pull that up and put on page 4? Okay, I appreciate that. Towards the bottom, if you could blow it up a little bit, because I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about the bottom paragraph there.
Okay.
If you could blow it up. Okay, so it says specifically, I'm reading the second to last paragraph there. Specifically, turning movement counts were conducted on Tuesday, July 25th. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, but there was no event that night at the Prudential Center, correct?
I didn't state that.
Well, I'm asking you, was there an event that night at the Prudential Center on July 25th of 2023? And if there was, could you tell me what the performance was, or sports game or anything like that?
I don't have that at the ready.
Okay, so you don't know if on that July 25th, you don't know if there was an event, or you think there was, or you don't know, you're not sure?
I can find that out for you very quickly, but I don't know at this very second.
Okay, let's go up to the paragraph before. It says, turning movement counts were collected during the typical weekday morning and weekday evening time periods to evaluate existing traffic conditions and identify specific hours when traffic activities on the adjacent roadways is at a maximum. Do you see that, at a maximum?
Yes.
Did you see? You didn't write that word though, did you?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, well, if there was no event that night on July 25th, would you agree with the statement in this report that the study was done when the adjacent roadways is at a maximum?
During typical commuter hours, I would say yes, it was at a maximum.
Okay, but we're right next to a 19,000 square foot arena, and you don't know if there was an event on July 25th. That's your answer right now, correct?
My answer is that I can't tell you now, but I can provide that for you very shortly.
Okay. If you can find it for me, let me know who the performer was, or the sports event, or whatever. I obviously looked, I couldn't find it, but maybe there was one, and you could let me know. Okay, could you go to the next page, page 5?
There.
You see where it says other planned developments?
Yes.
This is, we now have different versions of the report. I don't think you have the September 7th, because the pagination is different, but if you go down other planned developments, go right on to the top of the next page. It's other planned developments. It's okay, right there. You're not showing the same version that was available online. Okay, there it is. It says at the top of the page, it says, at the time of this report, other planned projects in the vicinity of the site cannot be determined. Did you see that?
I see that.
And why do you discuss that issue?
That's a standard practice when preparing a traffic study to investigate other potential projects that are being developed in the vicinity of the site. And we regularly inquire with city planning staff or engineering staff to acquire that information. And in this case, that information was not provided to us.
Okay, do you know what efforts were made to get that information between September 7th, when that report was issued, and the 6 months that have passed till tonight? What efforts the folks over at Stonefield made to get information on other planned projects in the area?
It's typically a series of emails and phone calls.
Okay, were you involved in those at all in this case?
No.
So you don't have any knowledge of efforts that were made to get information on other approved projects in the area?
Those efforts are on file.
On file with who?
And I can provide them for you, just like I can provide the information that you asked for previously.
Okay, but they're not part of any report that's in front of the board tonight.
It's not typical to itemize phone calls and emails in a report.
Okay, but the other projects in the area, because in September, somebody in your office wrote that other projects could not be determined. That's correct, right? Those are the words here, sir. Now, are those the words on this page? Other projects could not be determined. Can you hear me?
Yes, those are the words.
Okay. And I'm asking you, since you're here testifying tonight on behalf of Stonefield.
I think this has been asked, right, Rick? You asked him the question. He answered the question. To ask the same question 5 times, I'm not going to make him sit there.
I haven't asked it, Calvin.
You asked the question.
All right, gentlemen, Calvin, Council Souter, your objection is noted for the record. If you can answer that question, Mr. Michelle.
I can provide the efforts that were made to the board and its professionals. I don't have that answer right now because it's highly unusual to itemize a series of phone calls and emails in a report. You won't find it in any report.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the other projects. What other projects? What are the planned projects? Because they could be relevant to a traffic analysis if there were other approvals in the area. You would agree to that statement, correct, sir?
My statement is that we did not determine our efforts resulted in no determination of projects that we were able to include.
Okay, but you believe that emails were sent. Okay, let's move on. We talked a little bit about those 2 lifts, correct? Could you bring up sheet C5, or maybe the engineer could, sheet C5? I'd appreciate that.
Can you see that?
I can. So just like to get a little more granular on this. You have the 2 lifts. Can you show the board where they are? Okay. And earlier tonight, you testified that it would take a few minutes per car. I have that in quotes. Is that your testimony?
It is.
Okay. And do you have the name of the company that's going to supply the lifts? Has that been picked out?
The architect does.
Okay. Have you done a queuing analysis at all to see in practice how fast those lifts can work?
The architect can provide that information.
Okay. Do you know if there's any queue analysis in the record so that the board could take a look at it?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Okay.
However, it's simple math.
Okay. You said it takes a few minutes per car to go up and down, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let's go to page 6 of your traffic report, sir. Because that's where we have the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Could you go down one more page? You're showing a version of the report that's not the one online, but makes it a little, okay, there it is. There it is. So right at the top, let's just talk about the morning, right? So we have two lifts. And in the morning peak, we're talking about 179 cars have to get up and down in an hour, right?
That's no longer the case.
Why is that no longer the case?
The development has changed. The traffic report that we're looking at has a different number of units.
Well, it has a number of units, but how many parking spaces? Has the parking spaces changed? It might have 50 units, but there's going to be way bigger demand for parking than there is.
Mr. Chairman, he's allowed to ask questions, but you can't be argumentative with him. Ask his question. My client will freely answer the question.
You say we've gone down from 550 to 500, right? More or less.
514.
514, but I mean, the place is going to sell out on its parking, right? Because this is only a third of the number of units, but right?
Let's ask a question, Mr. Skolnick.
Okay, Mr. Vizio, I know there's been a little reduction, but just because we're talking in broad terms to give the board an idea of what has to happen, how this has to function. At least in this report, before the reduction, you said 179 cars coming in and out in one.
Do you mind if I take the board through the exercise?
No, I get to. You can. Mr. Satter will put you on redirect.
Mr. Vizio can answer the question how you see fit. He cannot dictate how you answer the question. If you feel as though you need to walk the board through this to accurately answer the question, please do so.
Understood. Thank you, counsel. So our traffic study, the table that we're looking at now is Land Use Code 232. That is a high-rise residential building with ground floor commercial. That was done to conservatively estimate how much traffic would be generated by the development, both the residential and the commercial portion. What if for the purpose of looking at how the parking operations are going to work, we have to do two things. Number one, we have to reduce the number of dwelling units to what we're currently proposing. And number two, we have to use a different land use code because the ground floor commercial is not using the parking spaces. So for this purpose, it's more appropriate to use ITE Land Use Code 222. And in that case, we're projecting a maximum of 60 entering vehicles during the weekday evening peak hour when everyone is coming home from work. And your traffic engineer can corroborate that. ITE Land Use Code 222, 514 dwelling units. During the weekday evening peak hour, 60 entering vehicles. Okay, now let's think about this for a little bit. Let's say there's 8 valet staff members, right? Each person, and let's say there's 8 valet employees, right? And 60 cars that they need to handle, right? That's 7.5 cars per person for the entire hour. There's 60 minutes in an hour, and they have to handle 8 cars. So as long as they're processing vehicles faster than 7.5 minutes, there will be no queue building up. And we've already agreed to staff the valet operations at a level that is considered appropriate by the city. So that's the queuing analysis. It's a few calculations. I don't know why that needs to be in a report when it's simple math, but as long as the process takes 7.5 minutes or less, and there's 8 staff members, there will be no queue.
Yeah, I'm going to ask again. Please refrain from using the chat. It's disruptive. So whoever's using the chat, please stop.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add a notation, because Mr. Skolnick is referring to a report that it was noted was not sent over to the city. We do have a file stamp copy noting that this was delivered to the city on February 1st of this year. So it was provided well in advance of the 10 days. How it may or may not have gotten to the board is one thing, but we do have the file stamp copy that was signed by somebody in the city on that day at 3:30 p.m. that day. So we can resubmit that to the board just so for the record to be clear. But from our side, I just want the record to note that the updated traffic report and study with the amendments that are being testified to were provided to the city in advance per all appropriate ordinances.
Thank you, Council. So it's your position that all reports were submitted in a timely manner to the board?
That is correct.
Thank you. Mrs. Skolnick, anything further for this witness?
I would just like to ask more about the numbers that are in the report, not code 222, but the code that he used in the report. So, Mr. Vicio, on page 6, or on the top of your page 7, in your report, you show 179. That, if you divide that by 60 for 60 minutes in an hour, that's using your number, land use 232, that's 3 cars got to get up and down, 3 movements per hour. Is that correct?
No, it's not for the reasons that I stated previously.
Okay. And and similarly on the 122, if we do that, that's 2 per minute and 1 car every 30 seconds getting up and down the lifts. If you use the 122, I know you want to use some other numbers, but if you use the 122 that's in your report, it means a car has to get up.
Let him finish, Mr. Souter. Let him finish his question. And let's make it a question, Mr. Skolnick.
That's it. If you take the 122 movements shown on this sheet,
the calculation that you're attempting.
Mr. Vicio, look, I know the hour's getting late. I know we're getting a bit testy. It's been a long day. We're going to have to take a deep breath. We're going to have to listen to each other. Let him finish his question. Mr. Skolnick, let's make a question and let's try and get through this.
Chairman, I'm done with the questioning. We're reasonably asking that there be a detailed viewing analysis.
So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no question on the floor, I'd ask that we move on.
Yeah. You have any other questions, Mr. Skolnick?
Just, if I could have 1 second just to check my notes, Chairman, I think I'm done. I think that's it with this witness, Chairman.
Thank you. There's a screen named Marcus Nelson. Mr. Nelson, could you turn your camera on and unmute yourself? Mr. Nelson, do you have a question for the traffic engineer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you give us your name and your address for the record, please?
Yes, Marcus Nelson, 198 Market Street.
Thank you, sir. Your question for the engineer?
Yes, I do have a few as well, but I'll try to be very quick with them. First of all, Mr. Vicio, are any other buildings within, let's say, half a mile of this project, do they use that same form of loading area? Are you familiar with it?
I am not, but the architect is more familiar with the technology.
I meant the loading area for vehicles on Market Street.
Oh, I can answer that, yes. There are, within a short distance, 189 Market Street, 160 Market Street, 163 Market Street, and 142 Market Street. Those are all locations with curb cuts along Market Street.
Okay.
I can't speak to how those properties use them, but those are curb cuts.
Right. What I meant was, I think the case I seem to have here is the Gateway 1 building further along Market Street, further east. It's right next to the intersection of Market and McCarter Highway. That building uses a loading area where the truck pulls all the way in. Do you know of any other buildings that are within, again, half mile of the project that are set up in that same way, where vehicles would pull kind of back through the curb and into the loading area?
The ones that I mentioned.
Okay, then. Thank you. Next, is there any evidence from either this traffic study or market research conducted that says, obviously there are 140 spaces, 514 units. Is there any evidence that any portion of the other of the units that would not have an individual parking space would forego using a car entirely and walk to Whole Foods for groceries, use the buses or trains to go to work and for other trips? Is there any evidence from that study or research that indicates that?
That someone would choose to not own a vehicle?
Yes.
I would refer to census data.
Okay. Is there any available to discuss that you're familiar with?
Sure. In this particular census tract, approximately 35% of households do not own a vehicle.
Okay. Let's see next. This also may be an architect question. Did this project, in terms of the traffic study, account at all for the proposed new entrance to the train station via, I believe it's Mulberry Commons, kind of that bridge over
Highline? You're referring to the Highline project?
Yes.
North Highline project?
Yes, Council.
This project would have no interaction with that.
Okay. Let's see. Another question related to kind of surrounding building. I believe it's Iconic 777, which is at the also very large McCarter and Market Street intersection. That has 370 units and 120 spaces, which would be about, if I have this right, 0.32 spaces per unit. This project would have 0.28 spaces per unit. Is that kind of 0.04 difference? Is that substantial in terms of traffic impact?
No, the fewer parking spaces that you provide on site or we provide on our site, the less traffic the site is going to generate. So the lower the number, the fewer the cars that we can generate.
Okay, good to know. Next, I think you mentioned a day number at some point, but just to clarify, how often per week would a vehicle be likely to use that Market Street loading area?
Yeah, I think I testified to that previously. For the commercial space, no more than once a day. For move in, move out, a few per week. It's hard to pinpoint the number, but again, we will agree to any limitations that the engineering department states that we have to place on the loading area, whether it be times of day or days of the week, what have you.
Do you have a number at all available for how many vehicles travel on Market Street per day?
I do. It is, according to NJDOT, 14,813 is the average annual daily traffic.
So that would be 1 to 2 vehicles out of the 14,000 per day?
Correct.
Okay, good to know. Last thing, you mentioned, I believe it was 140 cars during rush hour, during peak hour, I guess?
Less.
Less. Okay. Which number was that again?
So we have to take a look at the new traffic numbers that are generated by the revised development. So I don't recall saying 140, but if you could, what was the context of the number?
How many cars would be leaving the building during peak hour?
Okay, so again, this is Land Use Code 222. For 514 dwelling units, projecting 92 exiting vehicles, which is a very conservative estimate based on how much parking we're providing.
So is it expected given the whole thing work from home and kind of those trends of what types of trips are generally generated. Is the expectation in that, let's see, let me make sure I have that right, 92 you said of 140. So is the expectation then that 66% of anyone with a car in the building will drive it to work in the morning?
Yeah, as I stated, it's extremely conservative. There's two ways to look at this. There's the ITE parking, which is the ITE trip generation numbers that I've been citing, which are industry standards. But there's a sort of there's a variable that's missing in the ITE data set, which is trip generation based on number of parked vehicles. The manuals don't have that. So the numbers that I've been citing, as far as we've been talking about ITE land use codes in the context of talking about queuing on Edison Place primarily, and I've attempted to be conservative because we know this is going to work from a queuing perspective. However, you really need to look at this as a traffic engineer needs to look at this a little bit more carefully when he sees a number like you just cited, which is more than half of all parked cars leaving the site during one peak hour. Something doesn't that just does not make logical sense. So as a traffic engineer, what I did is look at ITE's time of day distribution for that particular land use code. And then assuming a full occupancy of the parking deck, I think the number that is going to be exiting or entering the garage is likely closer to 20 to 30 vehicles as opposed to the number that I'm citing. But again, the queuing calculations that I was performing previously were for ingressing vehicles in an extremely conservative nature. But we can look at this in a different way. And I think using ITE time of day factors, the number of people leaving the garage with work from home, with the proximity to transit, probably going to be closer to 20 to 30 vehicles in any given hour.
Good. Last one, it's kind of two-parted. Do you have a number for how many spaces are available within, I think it was that 1,200 foot or let's say half a mile radius that have those monthly rentals? How many parking spaces that is?
Yeah, it's difficult for me to state that because some of the operators were reluctant to tell us how many parking spaces were available in those lots. I know for a fact the lot directly across the street, lot 9, has 100 available monthly parking spaces out of the 250 that they offer. The lot behind City Hall has a licensed capacity of 454. They wouldn't tell us how many are available for monthly parking, nor would the location that fronts Raymond Boulevard. But I can definitively state that directly across the street there were at least 100 available monthly parking spaces.
Okay, and very last.
And thousands of daily parking spaces.
This is the second, Mr. Nelson, this is the second very last question?
Yes, for real this time. Is it common at all in terms of what you've seen for your work in traffic studying? Is it common relatively for residents of an apartment building to purchase monthly parking in a lot or garage that's not directly connected to the building? So is it common for those people to go and walk to those other parking spaces?
It's extremely common. It's called unbundled parking, and it's essentially parking that does not get subsidized by a person's rent.
I see. Thank
It's
you.
it's a very progressive strategy as far as parking pricing and apartment pricing is concerned. Uh, uh, it helps lower the cost of housing.
I see. Well, we do need more affordable housing here, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Berg, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Ryan Berg, 777 McCarter Highway.
Questions for the traffic engineer, sir?
Yep. Not to beat a dead horse, but I did want to talk about the loading zone. This was a question that came up when Ms. McGuire was presenting her work. As far as the loading zones goes, I'm understanding that we are we're considering 20-foot box trucks and 30-foot box trucks. Is that correct?
We're considering whatever the city will allow us to consider.
Okay. I also share Vice Chair Montford's concern about blocking Market Street, and I did look up the turning radius for a 30-foot box truck, and that is 46 feet as a turning radius. I wanted to know if that was in the consideration. I understand that you are changing your strategy going forward, but I wanted to know if that was in consideration when we were placing or when the design was being considered.
Yes, it was, and as I stated, that size of vehicle, we know that it would impact both eastbound travel lanes. So we're very familiar with the impacts of all sized vehicles accessing that loading zone.
And then it being close to the traffic light as well. Correct.
It was all taken under consideration.
Okay. The other question I had was with your traffic study regarding the event that you took place, the event that you looked at. Can you describe to me what the event was when you were doing that traffic study?
Yeah, so I would like to clarify there was no event on July 25th, 2023. I was able to find that in our records. However, during the parking study, there was an event at the Prudential Center.
And can you describe that event?
It was Disney on Ice.
Was there any consideration for doing a parking study while the Devils were playing?
It was not specifically requested by the engineering department.
Okay. Out of concern for closing down Edison, given my proximity to the site, I understand the other chairwoman's concern about closing down Edison as when the Devils play, Edison's fully closed down. So I didn't know if that was taken into consideration.
We've testified at length about how Edison operates during closures and without closures.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman, if Brian is done, if I may.
Well, let's see. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Berg?
No further questions. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. I'd like to ask my traffic engineer some questions because given the discussion.
No, ask the questions.
Yes. So, can you discuss the difference in what is the usability of Edison Place with this new development, taking into consideration now that there may be a queue that people are used to because there's a parking lot there that will no longer exist there, right? Once this building is built, which would reduce that queue if that is in fact the case?
Yes, so the site as it exists today has approximately I have the number here. It appears to have approximately 25 parking spaces. The striping is fading, so it's difficult to say exactly how many, but that number of vehicles would no longer be entering or exiting Edison Place during an event.
Let me ask you a question a bit differently. Right now,
sure.
We would be reducing it by 25 parking spaces, but what currently exists there that may be causing this traffic that those of us who traverse this area every day know that the traffic builds up there? What is the cause of that traffic today?
All of the uses along Edison Place that have access, whether it be the Prudential Center back of house or the multiple parking lots that have access along Edison Place. I would say those are the two primary generators of traffic on Edison Place. Back of house, Prudential Center, and parking lots.
Is there a large parking lot that precedes where the street is normally shut down?
There are, in my experience, the shutdown, so to speak, occurs closer to, say, Red's Beer Garden. It doesn't prevent access to those parking lots.
Right. And once this building is built, though, there'll be significantly less parking on Edison Place. Is that correct?
The existing parking lot, which has approximately 25 parking spaces, would be removed. Yes.
Right. And there will still be a parking lot that remains next door?
That is my understanding, yes.
How do you know how many parking spaces will be there?
I would say slightly more than 25. It's hard to gauge off the top of my head.
And if there were more valet parkers for those parking spaces, would that help reduce the queue?
Oh, absolutely. So any one of these lots, if you come to the Prudential Center, many lots have either a gate at the driveway or an operator at the entrance that does not allow you to enter the lot without paying or getting a ticket or something like that. And there's no queuing length, there's stacking length, as opposed to our site where we're providing a minimum of 6 off-site, off-street rather, staging spaces, so to speak. So one car entering a traditional pay parking lot could result in a queue on Edison Place, whereas with ours, there's 6 spaces available for residents to pull up into before they even engage with the valet staff member.
And are there any legal parking, street parking spaces on Edison Place?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if there are cars parked on the street, those will be illegal cars?
Correct.
And if that is not properly policed, would that help cause a backup onto Broad Street?
Yes.
So the impact of our building, understanding that there is a queue that exists, once this building is here, the impact on that queue, is that affected by this building?
No.
And is that because we have the ability to stack cars inside and not leave cars on the street?
Yes, and proper staffing.
Right. So if by chance our neighbor had a parking lot that relied on valet parking and they did not have the significant amount of valet parkers, could they be the cause of the parking queue, irregardless of whether this building was there or not?
I can see that scenario.
Thank you.
Let's do you have any more questions?
No.
Look, folks, it is the hour is late. We've been talking about parking for a long time. I think the board understands the concerns. I'd like to finish this witness, and so I'd ask you to think about whether you really need to ask your question. If it has been asked before, and let's try and keep it. Let's try and be a bit more efficient. Commissioner Monfort.
Wait, I just have one question. As far as the queue, how will that work? Will a resident leave their key with the staff, or will they text and say I'm coming down? Do they bring their key and then they get to go?
The resident would hand would pull the car up into one of the 6 staging spaces, so to speak, and then hand the key to the valet staff member, who would then park it on the 2nd or 3rd level.
What about when they're exiting?
They would call ahead and make a reservation,
Do the keys
or have the option to call without a reservation. They could do it both ways.
My only question is where's the key?
I don't know where the keys are saved. I would have to defer to the architect on where that is on the site plan.
Valets have the keys though, Mr. Vishio, is that correct?
Valets drive the cars and would therefore have the keys.
Thank you.
Mr. Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just would like, if I could, to share my screen real quick. If you're seeing my screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the corner of Mulberry and Edison. So when we talk about when the Devils play or when there's an event and we talk about closing down the street, this is the reality of what we would have to deal with. And now we're saying that we have 200 cars back up here, and if this is a one-way, you're now trapping the residents, and that's really where my concern lies. It may not directly be in the car in the traffic, but we also have to realize that this has now become a pedestrian street, and we have to allot for that while we have the 200 parking spaces.
Mr. Berg,
So I think that
hold on. Mr. Berg, what is this picture?
This is on the corner of Mulberry and Edison.
Where did you get this picture?
I apologize. This is from my apartment.
Did you take this picture?
Yes, sir, I did.
When did you take this picture?
Give me 1 second, sir.
Should we mark this as an exhibit?
Yes, we should, but let's find out when this picture was taken first.
I apologize. I thought it was the applicant. I didn't know I had to submit, so I apologize. So this was on March 14th.
March 14th, and do you know what time it was about?
No, sir, I do not. Oh, I'm sorry, 6:30.
6:30 on that date in March, and you took the picture. And is it an accurate depiction of what occurred on that day and time?
Yes, sir.
Let's mark this objector 1. Can you send a copy? I'm going to ask that you provide the board with a copy of this by sending it to our board secretary. Is that something you can do, Mr. Berg?
Yes, I can.
Good, and the board secretary will make it available to anyone who needs it. Do you have anything else, Mr. Berg?
No, sir, I do not.
Commissioner Monfort, is that a new hand or an old hand? It's an old hand. Mr. Skolnick, efficiently, Mr. Skolnick.
Just 2 questions. Sir, have you done an analysis of what happens with the lifts in terms of queuing if one of the machines was broken for a little bit of time?
We have no problem complying with any conditions that the city places on the elevators with respect to maintenance or anything of that matter.
That wasn't my question, sir. I'm just not conditions agreeable. Have you done an analysis of the queuing if one of the machines is broken? I think it's a yes or no answer. Can you answer that question specifically for me?
How you see fit to answer the question.
Can you
I
answer
can't take your
Mr.
answer to the question.
Mr.
I can.
Mr. Bishop, did you do such a study, yes or no?
We can perform the calculations
Sir,
right now.
have you done the study of what happens if one of the machines is broken?
Chairman,
Let him finish, Mr. Side.
but this is not
Yeah, but
cross-examination.
stop. We're not going to get the back and forth. Mr. Vishio, it's a simple question. You know, and I presume, I appreciate that that's something you could figure out. Council may ask you to do that, but I assume it's not a study you had any intention or reason to do. Is that fair to say?
Why don't I work with council to see how we can satisfy the board's professionals with respect to that request?
So that's a no, Mrs. Skolnick. What's your next question?
Okay, so, Mr. Vecchio, when, Edison is blocked and people want to leave the proposed building, they'll be going out and making a right out of the building, going, I'll call it the other way on a one-way street. Is that correct?
Chairman,
They would actually be performing the same exact maneuver that the 25 some odd people parking at the existing pay parking lot would perform. So the existing conditions would be the same as the proposed conditions.
So the people would have to make a right-hand turn out of the building and.
Is that a question, Mrs. Skolnick, or?
Yes, it was. That's it.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the traffic engineer? And that's a hand we can lower, right, Mr.
Oh,
Skolnick?
yes, I'm sorry.
So, I see no other raised hands for the traffic engineer. And now it is 11:13. All of a sudden now I see 3 raised hands. I see telephone number ending in 355. Do you have a question for the traffic engineer? Telephone number ending in 355. Sir, or madam, do you have a question for the traffic engineer? I'll assume that's a no. Telephone number ending in 616. Do you have a question for the traffic engineer? You have to unmute yourself. There is someone named Michael Jules. Michael Jules, do you have a question for the traffic engineer? I'll assume telephone 616 does not have a question for the traffic engineer. I cannot bring Michael Jules in, nor do I see Michael Jules on the panel. Well, Michael Jules is now joining the panel. Michael Jules, I'm looking for you. Do you have a question for the traffic engineer? I still don't see you on the panel.
Chair, they declined the invitation to be let in.
Now it says he's rejoining. Okay, so did Michael Jules still decline?
Hello?
Michael Jules, do you have a question for the traffic engineer?
Yes, I do have a question.
And
Look, I would
could you
just
state
say
your name, Mr. Jules, could you state your name and give us your address, please?
my name is Michelle Jules. I'm at
sorry.
111 Mulberry Street.
And forgive me for mispronouncing your name.
It's okay. Thank you very much for acknowledging. I'm very concerned about Edison Street because it's closed more often than not. And the questions I had is, what happened if there are less valet parkers there?
If you can answer, Mr. Vecchio.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a situation where we have fewer valet parkers than the city requires us to have.
However, what guarantees that you're going to give us that there won't be less than that?
Well, one of the things they have agreed to is to have an agreement with the city, that a continuing agreement, that the city will be able to change when required, and they've agreed to that. Is Isn't that correct, counsel?
That is correct. Okay, that's all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Very much.
I see no other questions for the traffic engineer, which is stunning to me. It is now 11:17. The board does not continue cases. And I've been threatened if I make the board continue to go beyond 11 unless they vote to do so. We have a harder stop at midnight, but however, let's get a sense of where we're going here. Counsel, how many more witnesses do you have?
I have two, architect and our planner.
You have the architect and the planner. Mr. Skolnick, as I recall, you said you also had witnesses. Is that correct?
I do, sir.
How many witnesses do you have?
Two.
Two. So, and who are your witnesses? They're experts. Who are they?
Now, one is my client
Okay.
who owns the parking lots, and the other is a traffic expert.
Okay, I'm not a traffic expert. Okay. So we have four more witnesses. We have Mr. Skolnick's efficient and brief cross exams, and there's a concern raised by Mr. Skolnick that question his ability for his expert to review all reports that were done by the applicant's traffic engineer. Is that fair to say, Mr. Skolnick?
I have a concern that I didn't have it, and I don't know that the board had it.
So that's a concern.
Not due to Mr. Souter's fault.
Right,
Not due to
right.
Mr. Souter's.
No, I'm not saying. And you said that it wasn't on the website. So, Mr. Souter, you see where I'm going here. I don't see how we finish this evening with four witnesses, with cross by counsel, and with questions from the public. And then counsel wants a chance to, as I understood it, to put his views to, I guess, to have his case put on the record. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Skolnick?
I think I would like a couple minutes for a short summation to emphasize the points in way of argument.
Anytime counsel says a short summation, we all know what that means. So I think it would behoove us, clearly, the board would be in a better mindset to maybe, if we stop here, if we give a chance for those reports to be made, make sure we can make them available to the public on our site, to Mr. Skolnick, to take away any concerns in that regard. I think that would benefit not only the objector, but the applicant. Give Mr. Skolnick one less issue to raise. And try and come back. That is what I would suggest. However, it's really up to the counsel for the applicant. He can request to move forward, and then I would ask the board to take a vote. Counsel, what are your thoughts?
Chairman, as often as I appear before this board, I have learned over the years to always take the learned advice and counsel of the chairman in these moments.
We know that's not true. We've gone through it, that's not true. It sounds good though.
But we would have no problem continuing this. We do understand the hour. We do respect everyone's time, and we understand that you are doing this because of the care for the city. So we would just request that, we come back sooner rather than later, given the depth of the testimony, and wanting that to be, somewhat fresh in the minds of the members of the commission. So that's our only request. I would hate to have to rehash any more parking than we need to, but it sounds like we're gonna have some.
You're going to, right?
Parking. I would though, Mr. Chairman, request that if Mr. Skolnick is going to put professionals on and we're taking this break, as he is going to have the courtesy of all of the reports, one thing that is typical, right, and the reason we're able to do this fairly is because we know who these folks are and we know what they're going to be testifying to. So I would ask that he too be required to provide that to not only to the board but to us as well, so that we are aware of who is testifying and what they're testifying to as experts.
I think that's a more than reasonable request. I think it will add to the efficiency of the hearing if Mr. Skolnick, you gave your expert's report not only to the board but to Mr. Souter in a timely manner so that he can be prepared. Do you have any problem with that, Mr. Skolnick?
Well, we'll absolutely take that under advisement. I'll talk to my client, but Chairman, there is a budget. We're the neighbors. I know the board appreciate it. We're the neighbors and a small business. And this is a 500 unit complex. So we'll do our best to give some advance warning so we have a fair hearing and maybe in our interest. But I hope the board understands we don't have an unlimited budget here.
Well, I don't know what that means, Mr. Skolnick. What I'm asking is for you to give your expert report. Did they make a report?
No, we don't have a written report. We have verbal testimony on a fairly narrow issue. So I get it. We hear the request.
Mr. Skolnick, then I'd really appreciate it, and the board would appreciate it, because it would make this hearing more efficient if you don't have a report, if you can give a summary of that testimony to Mr. Souter. That's how we do business, right, Mr. Skolnick?
Fair enough. I hear you. I got to talk to my client, but I understand the request.
Okay. Well, if there's a problem with that, Mr. Skolnick, I'd ask that you reach out to the board's counsel.
Absolutely.
Right?
Fair enough.
But Mr. Skolnick, I really don't want you to have to reach out and tell us there's a problem there.
Okay, I'll take Mr. Souter's advice and listen to the chairman.
I hope so. I hope so. Now let's try and figure out a date where we can hear this case, and I'm sure it will be another several hours and not completely blow up another agenda. We meet again next week, but we have a full agenda. Is that correct, Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
And do we meet it on April 4th?
That'll work out also. Give me, Mr. Chair.
Yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner Montford?
We have to take consideration of the things we have to do to work with the supplemental board also. So we have a packed group of items coming up.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would note though that this is an open item, so it's not as if I don't think it would be appropriate for us to carry it beyond the next meeting, given that testimony is already on the record. The further out it goes, the more stale this will become.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mejia. Do we have a meeting on the 4th, April 4th?
No, we do not.
So we have an open date. I wonder, and also, excuse me, but I just want to make sure I note for the record that Commissioner Comisanias has recused himself from this case. I want to put that on the record. Are there any members of the board that cannot be present to hear this case on April 4th.
I cannot be present on that day.
Me too.
Okay, so, well, I guess what we'll have to do is we'll put this on for the 28th, and I'm sure it will drastically affect every other case that's on that agenda, but I don't see what else we can do. I have no idea who MMM is, nor do I know what their concerns are. So we're going to adjourn this case to our next meeting next week. It will be a continuation. It will be the first case. I'd appreciate it if Ms. Mejia and council can alert the other folks on the agenda and let them know what is in store for next week. Are there any comments from members of the board regarding adjourning this matter to next week? Just to be safe, counsel for the applicant, does that meet with your approval?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And counsel for the objectors, that meet with your approval?
We're available, Chairman. I obviously can't get a traffic report in 10 days before the meeting, but we'll try to fairly alert council to the concerns.
Any comment to that?
I have a comment.
Council Souter?
I think Commissioner Hardesty, I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, I was asking you first, and then I'll go right to Commissioner.
I was going to.
Yeah,
I don't know how an expert can testify when not have a report, but I guess I have to deal with that when it comes.
Commissioner Hardesty.
I guess I'm echoing his concerns and your concerns because you respectfully asked for that to help expedite the process. And we're continuing next week. And I just hope that everybody respects the fact that we don't have to hear the same comments over and over again. We hear perfectly well so that we can move it along and hear what the experts have to say and hear what the community has to say without unnecessarily dragging these proceedings out. Respectfully, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay, so this matter is going to be adjourned to our next meeting on the 28th. And we'll pick up with your next witness, Council Souter. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. I greatly appreciate your courtesies in this difficult application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public, thanks for coming out. This matter will come back before us next week, same time. There'll be no further notice required. We'll be here at the same time. If you have any questions about how to log on, please reach out to Ms. Mejia. The next matter on the agenda is memorialization of resolutions. Council, are there any resolutions to be memorialized?
Yes, there's three.
First.
The ZBA 23-07, 176,
to 225 McKellen Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes, next.
ZBA 23-54, 200 Montclair Avenue.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas, Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes, next.
ZBA 21-93, which is 247, 249 Stuyvesant Avenue.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas, Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Any further resolutions, council?
No.
Council, where do we stand with resolutions?
We're fairly caught up through February 1st, with the exception of 2 applications from last year that were denials, and there was 1 extension from last year, and then we have 1 from January 11th of this year and 1 for January 25th.
So it's your position that the backlog has been relieved when it comes to resolutions?
Yes.
Thank you. Good to hear. We have minutes to be memorialized. The minutes of February 15th, are there any proposed revisions? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas, Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes, we have the minutes of February 22nd. Are there any proposed revisions to those minutes? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Hall,
Yes.
Hardesty,
Yes.
Comesañas, Jones,
Yes.
Rivero,
Yes.
Mumford,
Yes.
Alphonse.
Yes. We have the minutes from February 29th. Are there any proposed revisions? And these are all for 2024. Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Hall,
Yes.
Hardesty,
Yes.
Comesañas, Jones,
Yes.
Rivero,
Yes.
Mumford,
Yes.
Alphonse.
Yes. So clearly our minutes are caught up through February.
And March 7th, actually, 1 more.
I'm sorry. March 7th, the minutes of March 7th. Are there any proposed revisions? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. So we're cut up through March 7th. Commissioner Hardesty, is that a new hand or an old hand?
Oh, that's an old hand. I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Monfort, is that a new hand?
A new hand.
Yes.
So, Madam Secretary,
Yes.
can you prepare a status report for us and Palby and Deputy Mayor Lag on the status of the minutes and the memorializations, so we could not be told that we have a backup that we don't have?
Yes. So we have no backup in minutes as of right now.
Yeah, I know.
And resolutions, I can send those reports.
But I would like them to have a status report so they'll know where we're at. They can discuss it in their administrative meetings.
Okay, I can do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Vice Chair Monfort. They seem to believe that we're behind in minutes and resolutions, and we're clearly not. That's a good thing, so we should let them know. Commissioner Simons.
Real quick question. I know it's late. I stuck around. I don't think that they are allowed to plant any trees on Market Street or on Broad Street in that area. We had the issue with the former McDonald's that's becoming a Medi Center, and we had asked them to plant trees, but there's no trees. There's no trees there existing now, so we might want to look into that before some of these meetings, because there's no trees at all on Market in that area or on Broad Street in that area. So
Mr. Hazel, if you could check that out for us, I'd appreciate that.
So they would need 5 trees, the other people, and I don't think they're allowed to put planters on those streets either.
If you could check that out, Mr. Hazel, share that with the applicant and the objectors. Council, is there any matter that requires us to convene into executive session?
No.
That concludes the agenda. I feel like this is a throwback to days that I thought were behind us. But here we are again. Where else would I rather be at 11:38 on a Thursday than with my zoning board colleagues? That concludes our agenda. A motion to adjourn.
For your adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Have a good night. See you next.